Hi, chat. Good afternoon. We are going to get day 7 of this rolling finally. Um, oof. Been a hell of a day. It's been a hell of a past 24 hours. Still, once again, I know some people get upset about it, but if you're going to be the guy carrying the gun, don't go play tackle football with the cops. It's never a good idea. So let's move on from there and let's get this going. I think we're a little bit behind, but I can't find the tab where I had all this shit open, and I feel like it's gone now. So this bit of a problem here for us. So you're gonna have to deal with it. The defense's blood spatter expert was on the stand. I think she had just started to testify or was getting ready to. And we're gonna start from there because I don't really have any other choice. But we just got done with the corrupt deputy chief who admits, like, yeah, I got fired for being unethical, or I got a Brady violation there. Aston Evans, why did they shoot him? This is something, if you carry weapons, you understand. Like, when cops hear the word gun, they all freak the fuck out. So you always got to be careful that they're not going to freak the fuck out. But they will. You have to be very careful about it. So that's why. Because one guy started screaming, gun, 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 and they all just bang, 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 bang. Not the first time that's ever happened in history, I can tell you. I can 100% tell you that. Like, literally, that is a fucking, like, that is a multiple times that's happened. Was it because of that lady screaming gun? No, it was because while they're disarming him, one guy says, oh, he's got a gun! And then he grabbed it, and the other guy said, gun! Ah! And started shooting. That's what happens. That's what happens. That's what happens here. Spud Gun says for £2 sterling, you're late, fat man, 24-hour stream. Yep. Thank you. It's the King Sterling. The Jasper the Cat dude says more snow in Southwest Ohio than Mercatus Crack Shack. Actually, there's more snow you probably got in Southwest Ohio than we got up here. Where I live is the only county in Ohio that's not under a fucking snow warning for some reason. Angela says 8 times. Well, I mean, you're not just gonna go bang and like the Olympics, like look through a spotting scope. You're just gonna go pop, 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 pop. That's just normal. That's just normal. I guess so. I heard he's got a gun. It's usually, oh, he's aiming and going to shoot. No. If you're in a scrum like that and there's a gun, you're going to scream gun. That's what they do. So, more importantly, if you're going to be the guy that brings the gun to Overwatch to protect people, do the Overwatch. If you're going to be the guy jumping in and playing reindeer games, be the guy playing reindeer games. Don't be the same thing at the same time. You can't be both. You got to be one or the other. So, I mean, that's how it goes. I mean, think about like the cops. There's cops on the riot line, then there's cops behind them with rifles. You don't let the cops with rifles go up into the riot. So that's my point. Guy did nothing wrong otherwise. He was legally carrying. I have no problem with it. I support him doing it. If he thinks that was necessary, great. He did nothing wrong up to that point, in my opinion. So it just is what it is. So once again, guys, thank you to Afix for setting this up for us. This beautiful, beautiful corrected footage and properly captioned footage. Give the agent the same charges that Michael Bird got. Michael Bird never got charged. So I don't know how that helps. So anyways, guys, let's go. We'll talk about that later tonight if you want to, what we know now. All right. But let's get started.
Sally Fayez.
Sally Fayez.
you swear to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Here we go, chat.
Got it. Hi. All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fayez.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to show you some text messages.
Judge, I would object. The witness has not yet been identified.
Could you just have your
Sorry. Can you please say your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. Sally Fayez, SALY-FAYEZ.
And if I ask you any questions that don't come out right or you don't understand, just please tell me and I'll repeat the question.
Absolutely.
Now, you're the head of the Victim Services for Fairfax County. Is that
Correct. For the Fairfax County Police Department.
Okay. And in that role, do you fall within their command staff, I guess, map?
I do.
Okay. And so who, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of your organization and how it fits within the police department?
Sure. So we are a civilian unit within the police department. We fall under the Major Crimes Bureau. So there's 4 divisions in the Major Crimes Bureau. There's a Violent Crimes Division, the Criminal Investigation Division, the Cyber and Forensic Division, which are all sworn staff, and then the Victim Services Division, which is my division.
And so, and how many people do you have working for you?
17, plus we have interns, but 17 employed.
Okay. And when you, when something like what happened in this case happens, how do you get involved?
So my office is located on the 6th floor, which is where the rest of the violent crime detectives are. So it's not uncommon if something happens and I'm automatically made aware of it, which is what happened that day.
Okay. And so you get a call or you get a text or something like that, and then you roll to wherever you need to be?
No. So the day of the murders, I was already up at headquarters. And so I either received a phone call or a message, I'm not sure, letting me know that Valerie and Juliana were headed to headquarters, and did I have an advocate to sit with them?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Did I have a victim advocate that could go sit with them?
Okay. And did you arrange for that?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, is that victim advocate the victim advocate for them for the remainder of the case, or how does your organization work?
Yes, on homicides, the advocate that responds, usually respond to a scene, but in this instance, we responded to headquarters, so they would keep the case. There's 2 different families, so I assigned one advocate to one family and another advocate later on to Ryan's family.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Doing,
Your job?
I've been with the department for 23 years, so I was an advocate for 7 years, and I've been the director for 16.
And so in terms of your interaction with the police department, what's your interaction on a daily basis if you're not otherwise responding to things?
I'm in command meetings, I'm in supervisor meetings, there's daily dialogue about cases. I'm obviously making sure that my unit is squared away and going where they need to go. If there's a call out, we have a text thread of who's going to respond to a call out. It's really just the day-to-day of supervising the division.
And the command staff meetings you talked about, who's attending those?
The command staff meetings are all majors and above, majors, deputy chiefs, assistant chiefs, and I believe captains.
And are you on a level of a deputy chief or a major? Or?
I would be considered the professional equivalent of a major.
Okay.
So I answer to a deputy chief.
And who during this time frame would you answer to?
To Deputy Chief Bruce at the time.
Okay.
Well, at the time of the murder, it would have been Deputy Chief Jeff Reef.
Okay. And I think timing-wise, Deputy Chief Bruce came in just after this incident, or he was actually a captain?
He was the captain
Okay.
during the incident, yes.
So you had interaction with him when he
The day
was
of.
the deputy chief?
When he was the captain, yes.
Okay. And then when he was deputy chief, you answered to him?
Correct.
Okay. And so the command staff meetings, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those are without any specifics?
It's just to ensure that the command team of the Fairfax County Police Department know what is going on within each of the subdivisions. It's really just a conversation of what's happening within the department of all of the rank and file.
Okay. I'm going to show you some text messages and ask you if you can identify them.
Okay.
This is marked as Defense Exhibit 92.
Okay.
Do you have any recollection of that?
From looking at it, but no.
Okay, no, nothing on the page stands out for you.
No. I mean, I see that was from 2024, but otherwise, no.
Okay, is it common to have jail call recordings in your communications with Deputy Chief Bruce, and who would be the other person? Was that Lieutenant Giasio?
I only see myself and Deputy Chief Bruce on here.
Okay, would that be a common occurrence, the jail calls from a case?
Yes. I mean, it's not that it's every day, but if you're asking, is that okay that a text message included a jail call? Yes.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm sure it's okay. I just was curious if that's just something that would be naturally flowing from your position and his position.
Yes,
Okay. And is that something that are you ever involved in listening to jail calls, or just when it's sent to you in this kind of format?
I have in the past, yes.
Okay. And in this case, have you done any listening of jail calls?
No.
Other than this?
No.
Okay. And so, it appears there's a conversation going on. What's the nature of that conversation?
There's several conversations going on, which one are you referring to?
Actually, let me just, if I can just pause for 1 second. Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 92.
Any objection?
Judge, I think the witness testified that she doesn't recognize it.
Are you gonna lay a foundation?
In terms of your communications with Deputy Chief Bruce, would text messages be a common way that you would communicate?
Absolutely. I think that's the common way to communicate with most people.
And so, other than personal communications, would text messages, including jail calls or other discussions about perhaps defendants, would that be something that you would talk about?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, is that what that looks like?
Without knowing what that call was, no,
Okay.
I wouldn't
What
know.
about the next statements regarding that?
Again, unfortunately, since it was 2024, there's not a lot of context of what this is for me to know.
And so you're based upon what you know right there, you're saying you're not certain that this was a communication that you had made?
Well, I obviously made it because my name is in there, but I really don't remember that specific text message.
And I think that's
But I'm not saying I
understandable.
did not do it.
That's certainly understandable with text messages. Your Honor, I'd move that in as defense exhibit 92.
Judge, I wouldn't object to its admission at this point, but obviously the witness's testimony would be limited by
Well, I
recollection.
understand that, but as far as admissibility, 92 is an evidence. You want it public?
Now, down the page of this message, I'll point to this. What are you saying there? And does that indicate that somebody else is in that message?
Potentiallycriminal.
Okay. Does that help you remember any of this?
No.
Would it be common for you, Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, be on a three-way text?
Yes, I've been on text messages with deputy chiefs and supervisors in the past.
Okay. And these are the kind of things that you discuss when you're talking to those two?
To ask people to do something, yes.
Okay. And how about talking about things like arresting him, we'll put him over?
Again, I'm sure we have in the past. I just don't know the context of this.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to review what has been marked as defense exhibit number 94. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, and what's the significance of the date in remembering that?
Friday, October 25th,
Yes.
the arrest of Banfield. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I don't think, well, let me just do this and then we can talk about it. Your Honor,
Sure.
I'd like to enter this as defense exhibit 94.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
94.
It appears it's a conversation with Deputy Chief Bruce, and it's relating to some message that the chief had written.
Yes.
And do you know what the significance of that is?
I believe Dr. Julian is proper.
Okay. And you knew that to be October 25th, correct?
I only see it at the top of the text message.
But did you know that to be October 25th?
Not that I would have recalled, no.
Okay. And in this text message, you're talking about not taking no for an answer, correct?
Correct.
And what's that relating to?
It appears to say you're not taking over an answer, so we're all grabbing a drink next week.
Okay, and do you know the context of that?
Probably just saying we're all going to grab a drink next week.
Okay, but not anything with regard to the case?
No, not that I would read from that.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 98. Do you recognize that?
I don't recognize the text message now.
Okay. Are you involved in that text message?
By looking at it, I can't say yes or no.
Okay, you don't see, okay, I'll withdraw that. Ma'am, I'm gonna have you look at what's been identified as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
No, I don't.
Are you not part of that?
It doesn't appear so, so I would know if I was.
And you don't have any independent memory of it?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. Ma'am, this is Defendant's Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. Is that a text that you were involved with?
Yes.
And just for the sake of identifying people, which color were you on that? Gray or blue?
Gray.
Okay, Your Honor, I move that in as almost Exhibit 106.
Judge objected to, that was not identified by whoever the other party is in the email.
That's correct. The other witness said they didn't recall, so I have to sustain objection to 106.
Ma'am, I ask you to review what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 107. Do you recall that text message? Or can you identify that text message?
Identify it as in,
As a message you sent or as a message you were part of?
my name is up top, so I would say that it was for me.
Okay, do you know who you were communicating with?
Not just by looking at it, no.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as Defense Exhibit 107.
Judge Reed object.
The objection.
Again, it calls for hearsay.
Right.
Ms. Baez is the person who was the recipient. She cannot identify who the communicator was.
And I believe the other witness said it wasn't him. So I have to sustain objection to 107.
Very well, Your Honor. Now, ma'am, when you're in the command staff meetings, what kind of role do you have in those meetings?
My role is to make sure that the victims and the survivors are a part of the conversation.
Okay, and so are you giving updates on things, or how do you engage with the command staff, the police command staff?
I think it really just depends. Are you talking about in this instant, or are you just talking about in general?
Generally.
I think it just depends on what the case is about. Sometimes if we have a case where a case went to court, then we would update the command staff on what happened with the verdict. If there's a case where we believe the family needed some awareness when there comes to a public affairs bureau release, we work directly with our public affairs bureau command staff to make sure that families are notified in a dignified way of that something's going to be released.
Now, specifically with regard to this case, were you ever involved in the theory of catfishing?
Yes.
Did you suggest catfishing?
I did not suggest catfishing. I suggested that it be proven that it's not catfishing.
And when in time was that in relation to the killing of Christine Banfield?
I think as time went on, it became apparent that that was a possibility. And so are you asking when I started to think it, or?
Well, where did this theory come from? Were you the one who started it?
Did I start the theory? No.
Okay, when did the theory become a discussion topic in context of the time that
I think throughout the investigation, depending on what meeting you were in.
how soon after the killing of Christine Banfield did that come up, is what I'm asking.
I think it came up once they were in a hotel and our intel detectives heard her call, ask if she could call her mommy.
I'm sorry,
I think there were things that came out a couple of days after the murder that made people question whether it was part of the catfish or not.
okay, so within days after the murder,
Correct.
did you believe that it was a catfish?
I didn't believe that it wasn't one, but it was on the table that it could have been, absolutely.
Okay, and was that something that you discussed in command staff meetings?
I think that evidence and investigative avenues were discussed, but the actual word catfish, no,
Okay.
until later.
So was it discussed in terms of assuming someone's identity, or how would it have been discussed in those meetings before saying catfish?
I think it would have been discussed as, has everything been done to prove one way or the other? Was this a setup or was it not?
And is that something you were bringing to the table, or is this something that
I think it's a group discussion.
the group discussion?
Mhm.
Okay. And so within days, the discussion turned to catfishing. And
Not within days, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My view, within probably a few days, was a question of what really went on.
So in your mind, within a few days, catfishing was a possibility.
A possibility, yes.
And did you communicate that possibility to the people that were in the command staff meetings?
I'm sure we all were having the same conversations because I wasn't the only one that thought that.
I mean, is that something that you would oftentimes talk about in these cases?
Yes. Well,
Hmm.
I don't think we've had a case like this, but I would have a conversation about the case that's being presented. Absolutely.
Okay, well, I guess for purpose of your memory, would there be other times? I mean, if this is a pretty big case, and if you had suggested catfishing, that would be memorable.
I think you're confused as to far as what I did. Whether I thought it was or not, it's not that I suggested it. There were meetings where plenty of people above me that believed the same thing. It wasn't just a Sally catfish, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get an idea of
Sally
when you
catfish.
started
What the hell's that?
talking about it as catfish. And I think you'd said you thought about it within a few days, but when did it become a viable theory to talk about in the command staff meetings?
I think you're confusing command staff meetings. What meetings are you referring to?
The ones that you just described where you're with command staff.
Those are different meetings than just a normal meeting talking about cases in the Major Crimes Bureau.
We'll talk about the normal meetings. In the command staff meetings, when was it that you started talking about catfishing?
Well, it was never discussed in an actual command staff meeting because that's the entire command staff, so it wasn't discussed then.
Okay. Were there breakouts?
I'm sorry.
Were there breakout meetings of the people that were involved? I'm just trying to understand where we're going.
And I'm trying to understand where you're going. I'm sorry, I really don't know what you're asking me.
So the only meetings that we've talked about at this point were command staff meetings that you said that you're involved with as one of the command staff personnel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what I'm trying to get to is when was it that catfishing was a theory amongst the meetings that you were attending, whether they're command staff or other meetings, whatever meetings you're attending?
Again, I think they're ongoing. There's meetings on that floor between the supervisors and the commanders on that floor. That's a different meeting than a command staff meeting.
And it's not so important in my question as to what kind of a meeting it is. What my question's really directed to is when did you start adopting that and talking about this in meetings?
I don't have an actual date for you.
When was it in comparison to the returns on DNA, digital forensics, fingerprints, anything like that?
I think what happened is every single time some piece of evidence came forward that made you question what really happened, then that theory would come back up.
Okay. And do you know the time frame on that?
No, I don't.
Would it be a year?
Again, I think when you have an investigation like this, there's constantly meetings, there's constant conversations about it. So there are times where, hey, could it have been this? Are you looking at this versus talking about some other angle?
Okay. Would it have been a month after the incident?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained. And if you can move the microphone a little closer to you. Mr. Chair.
So you don't remember when you would have talked about catfishing in a meeting?
The actual word catfish, no, I wouldn't remember that. I can remember when questions would come up about what happened that day.
Okay.
Yes.
And maybe it's my terminology that's the problem. When was it in meetings that you talked about the theory of what happened that day in the meetings?
It wasn't necessarily me starting those meetings saying that. It would be a meeting for an update on the case or what was going on with the case. And so everybody was having that kind of conversation. It was kind of a give and take,
Okay.
which is normal in these kind of situations.
Sure. I'm just trying to understand. And so catfishing wasn't a comment, that wasn't a name that it was given, but there were issues regarding the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And and I understand you're saying it evolves into something. When was it that catfishing was brought up as the,
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next
you don't
question.
know?
Next question.
Okay. On the day of the incident, were you involved with Brendan and Christine's daughter being brought to the safe spot?
What do you mean?
It was in a place where an interview took place?
No,
Okay. Were you involved with any sort of discussion about trying to detain my client?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Were you involved on the day of the killing? Were you involved with anyone trying to detain my client at that point?
No,
Were you at the headquarters during the
I was, yes.
And were you in presence of Juliana or Valerie?
Juliana and Valerie were in one of our waiting areas where we have a victim waiting room with the advocate, not me.
Okay. And did you have any say in any sort of interviews of Juliana or the child
No.
while they were waiting there? Did those occur?
Not that I remember, but I wasn't there for that.
Okay. Was there any concern from you and the people that you work with about my client being released at that
Judge,
time.
objection calls for speculation. She can speak as to what was in her mind, but asking about others.
Rephrase the question.
What, if anything, what, if anything, were you worried about with my client being released that day?
Bodily safety.
And did you do anything to further that worry that you've just told for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, I had received a call from Captain Bruce and Lieutenant Weeks, who was the homicide supervisor, and they were on scene. And the concern was
Okay.
that he
Your
would
Honor,
not.
that's not responsive to my question, but
You asked her what she did.
when she talked about a phone call.
Okay, all right. Wait.
What did you do?
I ended up getting a hotel for everybody, so they would all be in one hotel together.
Okay. And including my client?
Correct. And Juliana.
And at any point in that process, did you discuss detaining my client?
No, I have no authority to ask anyone to detain.
I understand, but you have the ability to discuss.
Objection argumentative.
Do you have the ability to discuss that with the police?
No,
So in terms of where you're concerned, you can't communicate to the police your concerns?
I absolutely can.
Okay. And in this case, did you?
I don't understand the question.
Did you discuss your concerns with the police on the day of the incident
But what concerns are you talking about?
about my client being left out?
Again, I don't understand the question. I want to answer it, I just don't understand it.
Okay. And that's the case with some of my questions. So let me see if I can get it straight. The question of my client being detained or being released, was that a worry for you?
At the time, your client wasn't even in headquarters.
So you didn't have anything to judge that by?
No,
Okay. Did there come a time where you were concerned and you wanted him to be detained?
no.
So there's no communications between you and the police about that?
If I can go back to my conversation with Captain Bruce and Lieutenant Weeks, was where I was going with that.
Well, let's just stay with what we're doing right now. I'm talking about your concern about my client being detained, and I think you've answered that you had no concern at that time, correct?
No, it just wasn't an issue at the time.
Okay, when did it become an issue for you?
It never became an issue.
Okay, so it never really came up in terms of trying to detain him.
No, not
Okay.
that day, no,
Okay,
if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that day.
Okay, no.
Now, do you know how long it was before he was reunited with his daughter Valerie that day?
I don't know. I know when I went to get everybody a hotel and they were together then.
Okay, and how long after that, the incident was that?
I wouldn't know the time.
Was it the same day?
It was the same day.
Okay. And were you, so you arranged the hotel so the family could stay outside of the home?
Correct.
And is that normal for your position when there's a crime scene, an active crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did,
That's it.
is it normal?
That's interesting. This PD arranges for that. Most places are going to tell you you're on your own. Guys, I'm just listening to this. This is very interesting how they arrange this stuff. I don't know about you. It's very weird to me. It's very weird to me. It's very interesting to learn the inner workings and how this, stuff is set up here. Huh. Hi, Dolly. So I'm just seeing. Also, guys, I apologize. I was trying to set up the description and everything for this, so my apologies there. Didn't look like I was engaging with you, but no. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Yeah, got a bunch of people here. I think they were doing it to investigate, not to help. That's still weird. It's still a weird thing. I don't think I've ever heard of this before, where the cops put you up in a hotel as part of it. But it was probably the Motel 6. Still, it's better than nothing. Better than nothing. So.
For there to be surveillance going on in a hotel like that?
I can't answer that. That's not my wheelhouse.
Okay, so you didn't have anything to do with
No.
surveillance?
No.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
All right, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just briefly, Can you explain what it was that raised the question of Christine Banfield having been set up?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Sure. What was it? So Mr. Carroll went through with you repeatedly about when did catfishing become a topic of conversation. My question was when you were asked, but we're not able to finish answering. What was it that happened that raised in your mind the question of Christine having been set up?
At the hotel. So from my understanding, we had an intel detective in the lobby of the hotel that we had everybody in, and she had asked Juliana, can I call you mommy now?
When you say she, who are we
I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
Valerie. Said,
Valerie, Christine's daughter?
Yes, said, can I call you mommy now? Julie,
I missed that part earlier. Whoa! Oh no! Oh no! God damn, that's oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Juliana, again, I don't remember her answer. She said yes. And then she said, are you going to marry my daddy? And Juliana said, I wish.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, Judge?
All right, redirect. Are you just subject to recall? All right, you're free to go. Thank you. Your next witness.
Oh, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, oh, ah, woo. Why isn't she their witness? This would have been great to bring up. Or maybe they were just waiting for that. Wow. Fucking A. Fucking hell. Oh my God. Also, is it still? Oh, it's still snowing out here. Oof. Well, yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Call Detective Miller.
Detective Miller again?
Yes.
All right. Detective Miller. He's already under us.
Tilly, I don't know how, like, you could hear it. The girl asked the nanny, "Are you gonna be my mommy now? Will you marry my daddy?" And she's like, "I wish and maybe." It's like, whew. Yeah. Did he put him in the same hotel room? Yeah, they're trying really hard. And I don't. Yeah, this is those answers alone would want me not to have that witness called. Those answers alone would want me to not have that witness called. I don't know why he did that. Wow. 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 Is this guy back? He's back. He's back. They're recalling him.
Bear with me, Detective Miller. So you had an opportunity to listen to some of the witnesses today, specifically Lieutenant Giacchio, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And he indicated that he reviewed the digital forensics in this case, correct?
I believe he said not in its entirety.
Okay. Well, in his testimony, what did you hear him say?
That he reviewed things with me.
Okay. And the things that he reviewed, do you have any idea what those were?
Off the top of my head, no, there was a large amount of data in this case.
Okay. And in fact, you extracted nearly 60 devices, correct?
It was a large number of devices, yes.
You don't remember whether it was 60 or not?
It was in that neighborhood.
Okay. And so whatever data that you had extracted that you chose to share with him, would that have been the raw data that you extracted?
I believe everything provided was in report form.
Okay. So he didn't get into the level of detail that you get into in your analysis?
I would not imagine so. I don't recall raw data specifically.
Well, let me ask you this. You heard him testify. Did he ever sit down with you and ask you to go through your work?
Judge, at this point in time, I would object. I believe counsel is trying to impeach his own witness, Detective Giacchio, with this witness.
I'm not sure, but I'll overrule the objection for now.
Okay.
We'll see where we go.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Did you ever sit down with Detective Giacchio and explain your work that resulted in the executive summary?
I don't recall if I did it in its entirety.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the times that you did it? What were you telling him and showing him, and how he arrived at conclusions?
Well, again, it's a summary, and I believe at the top of it, it qualifies that it's not every artifact involved in this case.
Okay.
So there would be times we would go over aspects that there were questions about.
Okay. And did you ever agree with the things that he was saying about it?
Your Honor, objection, it's vague.
You want to rephrase it?
Yes. Did you ever agree with his conclusions relating to your work?
Objection again, Judge, still vague. There were so many conclusions we've heard testified to.
Give more
Okay.
specifics.
Say, for example, on January 9th of 2023, the analysis of the opening of the email account. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you go into your conclusions and how you arrived there with him in any of those meetings?
Yes, I went through the devices that were involved based on the data extractions and the warrant returns, et cetera.
Okay. And I know you did, because you made the decisions, but I'm asking, did you go through that with Lieutenant Giacchio on that specific day?
I believe that was one of the items we went over.
Okay. And was that something that he agreed with you on?
There was heavy discussion about being able to attribute activity to a particular person. And I believe I stated that in this field, barring external corroboration, it is difficult to attribute activity to a person. But given that devices were known to travel with somebody, it's logical to look for aspects where dominion and control may have been lost.
Okay. And in discussing that with him, did you find that at that time?
Objection as to form, Judge, find what?
That the devices, I'm sorry,
Okay, that's fine.
did you find what you just described, that the devices were separate from the person during the January 9th?
Again, without external corroboration, I can't determine the actual person behind the device.
Okay, I understand that. But your findings were that there's no evidence.
Objection asked and answered. He just indicated that he could not.
That's the
Fine.
objection. Next question.
In terms of that specific day, did Lieutenant Giacchio end up agreeing with your conclusions?
I would say that there was disagreement over the way I had phrased the document.
The way you phrased it? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry for that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And so not relating to your analysis of the data? Am I to understand that? Can
you clarify your question? I'm a little confused.
I'm just following up on your previous answer, and I'm trying to clarify the meeting between you and Lieutenant Giacchio relating to the January 9th, 2003 artifacts.
Judge, that's not a question. Objection.
You phrase it as a question.
Yes. Just what I said. Did he agree with you as to those artifacts on that day?
An objection asked and answered. The witness testified that there was a disagreement over the way the document phrased.
Overrule the objection, if you can answer it.
I would have the same answer. There were disagreements over the way that I had written that document.
Okay, so on that particular portion of that document, there were disagreements. And my question, I think, that started this all was that relating to the data that you extracted and interpreted, or the characterization of it?
Again, I would say the disagreement was over what was on the paper.
Okay. And so when, in terms of that specific section, was there agreement at any point between the two of you?
There were a lot of things on that document, even on that day, as far as what the devices were doing, I think we were all in agreement the devices were doing what the devices were doing.
Right. But he wasn't in agreement with your conclusions.
The devices were doing what the devices were doing. That is such a weird answer. This is really, I don't know what they think this is doing for them. This is really kind of aimless. Are they trying to ask out stuff outside the scope of the original cross? I think that might be part of it, guys, because remember, some states, your cross is limited to direct. That's actually still a common thing in many states. There's a good number of states, though, where that's not the case, like Ohio. Cross is open in scope because we don't want to play this fucking game of, oh, I have to recall that guy and ask him the question. But I think in Virginia, it still is. I think Virginia still adheres to the old rules, which is kind of retarded, but, is what it is.
Judge asked and answered.
Interesting. Next question, please.
I appreciate it, Judge. I'm not sure that it
It was
was.
asked and answered.
Okay. So let's move on to another day that was a crucial day in this catfishing, January 23rd.
Objection to counsel's testifying.
Okay. How about January 23rd? Did you do an analysis of the devices on that day?
I'm trying to recall the specific devices done on that day. Again, there were a lot of devices processed on a large number of days.
Do you have your reports with you?
I believe there.
Is it all right, Judge, if he can retrieve that?
I think it's on the front. They're on the front.
It's like lightly snowing, but it's steady. Every other state, every other county in the state, all 88 of them. Well, actually, technically, there's a couple of counties that don't issue snow warnings, but like everywhere else in the county is like at a level 3 saying don't go out unless necessary. Our county is the only one that hasn't fucking done that, east of Cleveland. So, yeah, it's snowing, it's cold, it's nasty, but yeah, it is what it is there. So, is the prosecutor being cunt? I mean, she's playing hardball, and I don't blame her. I mean, it's her job to play hardball. That's her job. There are 14 cities, 88 counties. No, but there really are 88 counties in Ohio. Like the keys on the piano.
Thank you.
January 23rd, what year, sir?
2023.
I'm sorry, was the question a device that I processed on that date?
Yes.
January 2023 would
No,
be
I'm sorry.
prior
It
to
would have been the artifacts relating to that date.
Do you know which device in particular? I mean, there are a lot of devices.
So I guess as a guide, I was trying to break it down as to specific days, but we can use your executive summary if you'd like to, and then go through it that way. Do you have that
Whatever.
available to you?
Yes, I have it here.
Okay. I'm just pulling it up. Court's indulgence for 1 moment. Do you have that handy here, Detective Miller?
I have one in front of me, yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. In terms of all the devices in this investigation, did you image all of those?
I extracted data from all the devices, yes.
Okay, and is that essentially imaging, or am I using the wrong term?
Imaging would imply, depending on the circumstance, a bit for big copy.
Okay, and in your extraction, did you extract all of the devices in what you deem a forensically sound manner, consistent with your training and best practices?
Yes.
Did you process the extracted data using forensically approved and verified tools?
Yes.
Listening to the testimony before, Lieutenant Giacchio testified that he received data extractions from you. Is that correct?
I don't recall his exact phrasing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you last.
I don't recall the exact phrasing of his answer.
Okay. Did you ever give him data extractions that came from you?
Data was provided. I know portable cases and cell-right reader reports. A lot of data was provided to a lot of people in this case.
Okay, specifically based on what Detective or Lieutenant Giacchio said. Do you remember what you had given him?
Not specifically.
And I think in previous testimony, you had testified that you'd given your data extractions to the lead homicide detective, correct?
Yes.
And is that just part of the routine of making sure he has the full case?
Yes, it's important to pass the data on.
And did you provide data to Lieutenant Giacchio and the detectives in the form of a magnet portable case?
Yes.
And or Cellbrite reader formats?
Yes.
Okay. Did those productions contain the same data you extracted from the respective devices and reviewed during your analysis in this case?
I believe so.
So I'm going to try to show you something here. Sir, do you see something on your screen?
I do.
Okay. Are those examples of the data that you provided to Lieutenant Giacchio?
There's screen captures and what appear to be a Word document that appear to have come from those, yes.
Okay. And
Judge, I apologize. It's probably just me, but is there any way we can zoom? I can't read a single word on the page.
Can you zoom that a
let
little?
me see if I can do that.
There you go.
Much better.
A
Thank
little
you.
better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You heard it, Chad. She's illiterate. She can't
So what is
read.
this?
This appears to be a screen capture from a portable case in a Word document.
Okay. Are these the things that you provided to the lead detective and Lieutenant Giacchio?
These screen captures?
Or what these screen captures contain?
All portable cases and reports generated in this case were provided to Detective Bryant and others.
Okay. And do you know, were these same items provided in discovery? I'm just scrolling down.
I believe they were.
I'm just going to continue scrolling down so you see them. All of those items? These are all the devices that you went through?
I don't believe it's all of them, but these are devices I went through, yes.
Okay, and are those devices that you provided to Detective Bryant and I guess based on his testimony, Lieutenant Giacchio?
Yes, these were provided to Detective Bryant.
Okay, but were these the things that you gave to Lieutenant Giacchio?
I believe he had access to all of them.
Okay, so you didn't actually give them to him, he just had access as supervisor?
I don't recall what I provided him directly.
Okay. Okay, so he had access, you don't know if you provided it?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
You're on court's indulgence for a
Okay.
moment. Do you have, do you have the portable cases for these with you?
I do not.
Where do they reside now?
Right now, I believe they're on hard drives back at headquarters.
Okay. And would you have access to those in order to move them into evidence
Right now, no.
or in the future?
I have access.
Objection. I'm not sure.
Everyone approach.
Thank you.
That's where we are.
You could go relevance on that, but yeah, what the fuck are you are you getting at that he's not allowed in there anymore? Because I'm kind of lost. I'm at a loss here, chat. And like I said, I think part of this is because Virginia has those old school rules of you're limited on cross to what happens on direct, which I think is functionally stupid here. So looks like his shirt is too large. Now it's just a guy who's losing weight. Because you lose weight first in your neck, and then yeah. You am I writing a letter to? No, I'm trying to scrape paint. So also I think he's in jail, right? Brendan Banfield's been in jail, so it's hard to gauge how well people fit into things. But yeah, those collars are fucking dopey in that jacket. Oh my God, there's so much dead time.
Yes. Aaron, you see that on the screen?
Yes.
Sir, can you identify those? Or can you see them?
You might have to make it a little bigger. Or maybe you can identify it as it is. I'm not sure.
This appears to be a screen capture of messages from one of the reports.
Okay. And are you familiar with the data that went into this screen capture?
Is it the data extracted from the device? Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you see in this series of communications?
I see an item number titled Christine phone, and then I see messages below that.
Okay. And this is what data? Sorry. What day is identified in this?
January 9th,
Okay.
2023.
And is that one of the important days in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What's the significance of January 9th?
And that was the day the Gmail account was created.
Okay. And do you, what can you conclude by looking at this screenshot?
The messages were sent using this device.
And can you identify who the other device is?
I see a phone number.
Do you know that from your analysis of this case?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you know who was on WhatsApp of the people that were using devices in this case?
Multiple people were using WhatsApp.
Do you know who? Probably
not Christine is his ultimate answer.
Other than Christine, who else communicated with WhatsApp with her?
Oh, she used WhatsApp.
Juliana.
Okay. In this situation, do you have any conclusions as to who Christine is communicating with?
Objection asked and answered. He indicated he doesn't remember the phone.
Overruled.
In context, it would appear to be Juliana.
Okay.
Hey, guys, where's MLS? I don't see him on here.
Just for the record, I believe
I
you
had to
want
David in
that
chat.
fire.
Are you guys like just jerking
86.
around?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I don't see him on here. People are tagging him or adding him. Oh, there you are, David. Yes, the American is innocent. It's always the foreigner. Hi,
Or did
David.
you see anything on the screen?
Well, hope you're doing well.
If you'd like your expert help.
Sir, do you see something on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify the communication that you see there?
It appears to be Facebook messages.
And what, have you seen these in your own independent investigation?
I would imagine at some point in the last almost 3 years.
Okay. And when you were looking at these, specifically these, what, actually, let me have you look at, what is that?
It looks like a screen capture of details and artifact information.
And how would you extract an artifact like that?
A single artifact?
This particular artifact?
Well, the device would have had data extracted from it, and then that would have been put into a tool.
And this particular artifact, what can you gain from that?
Just what's on the page right now.
That, so can you go through that?
Objection. Who's asking for the witness to testify to the document if he wishes to admit it? That would be the first step.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit this
Do you have a number for me?
as, I do have a number.
The 109, I guess, if that's what you want to do.
109.
Any objection to 109?
Yes, Judge, relevance.
Overruled, I'll allow 109 in evidence.
And Judge, if I may, it's a document from 2021 and we don't know who it's purported to be between.
I overruled the objection, 109 in evidence.
Thank you.
Oh, now, okay, no. So what number is this one then?
I had this one as 83.
I just want to make sure I get the record clear.
Yeah, why don't we do this? If we can, Judge, can we make this one 109?
Okay,
And the other one
10.
110?
All right, so 110 is abstraction. This is 109. Any objection to 109?
Same objection.
All right, overruled 109 in evidence. Okay, I think we're on the same page now.
Sir, do you see the connection between the communications here and the extractions? And I can go to the next page.
Again, these are screen captures from what I would assume would be a portable case, but I don't have the whole thing here.
Okay. And that's 110.
110.
And what do you see there?
Details of artifact information.
Now, when you, do you see the what appears to be a conversation going on,
Would this be 111 then?
111.
Okay.
Yes, I see messages.
And in terms of the messages, what's the, are any of the devices that you had extracted present on these communications?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Or any of the devices that you extracted data from present on these communications?
I see an item number and a label.
And are you talking about the yellow or the blue?
The blue, it says a local user.
Okay, and the label on that?
It has an item number and says Christine phone.
Now, did you hear testimony regarding Windows today or even days before?
I recall Windows being mentioned.
Okay, and in this communication, in your expert opinion, can you conclude a date as to the communication?
Judge, I'm going to object to the witness testifying to the contents of the
Do you
document.
wish to have this in evidence?
Yes.
Any objection?
But I would object, it's hearsay, we do not have the speaker testifying.
111, Your Honor. This would be for as an extraction that he's identified.
I understand, but there's still hearsay in it is what the objection is.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that this is an extraction through digital forensics, through sound principles, which he's testified to.
Right, I understand that, but inside that, there is hearsay. So I'll sustain the objection as to the hearsay.
Okay. Sir, do you see what is described as a discussion about Windows?
I do.
And when does that take place?
Judge, same objection,
He hasn't moved it in yet.
correct.
I'll allow that question.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Again, Judge, the objection is to the witness testifying as to the contents of the document.
I understand, I'll allow that question.
What date is the,
You just
oh,
lost
it just went out. I think I have a power issue.
Can you use another computer?
Do you use yours?
Come on, buddy. Jesus, this guy sucks with the fucking exhibits.
Were taking place.
And
God.
Judge, to clarify the objection, he's asking for information contained within the document, which is hearsay, if he's asking about the date they're extracted.
Once again, she's semi-professionally dressed. Good on her. Good on her to be semi-professionally dressed again.
Allow the
Yes.
date, and your rejection is
Right,
overruled.
thank you.
6/20/2022.
Would this be 113 then?
113.
Okay.
Sir, based upon your extractions, based upon the information that you looked at from Christine's phone, do you recall this?
I don't recall doing a dive specifically into Windows.
Into the specific topic of Windows?
Windows came up much later in the investigation.
Okay. And so when the Windows came up was during the initial recant in October, correct?
Yes,
Was that the first time you'd heard about Windows?
I believe so.
Had you been involved, would you have been in a position to advise whomever was there as to what the content was on her phone?
Possibly.
Okay. Were you ever asked about it?
I think later on, Windows came up. I can't recall the exact artifacts that I looked at, though.
And they came up because, well, let me ask you this. Did they come up because they were taking the orders and things like that were taken off of my client's laptop?
I recall conversations with Detective Bryant about Windows that came up later in the investigation.
Okay, and did you do anything to determine whether that was what Juliana Perez Magalhães had said was true relating to the artifacts that you looked at?
I don't recall specific artifacts that I looked at relating to that.
If you had been involved when she first said that, or been in the room, would that have been an opportunity to
Thank
inform
God,
the
Bill.
questioner?
Judge, objections to form, I don't think it's clear in form, the objection as to what.
Okay. In the room when the recant on October 25th, if you had been in the room, would you have had the ability to inform any questioner as to what the specifics of the window purchases were?
I don't think at that time I would have been prepared to do that.
If you had heard that for the first time, as many did, would you have been able to track that down?
Judge, I object to the form of the question. What is that?
Would you have been able to track down information relating to the window purchase?
Yes.
And what would it take in order for you to confirm or deny what she was saying in the recant?
Going through the devices, keyword searches, things like that.
Okay. And in this instance, do you see the writing on the screen?
I do.
I think that would be 113 or?
Yes, 113.
Is that what was done in this situation?
I don't recall making this screen capture.
Can you look at it and tell whether or not that's a search for Windows?
I could assume it is, but since I didn't create the screen capture, I don't know definitively how that came to be.
Sir, can you see the communication with what it says is Christine's phone on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
And the communication?
Judge, objection is to form.
I'll sustain the objection to
Okay.
form.
What does this artifact indicate to you?
For the record, that's 115.
115.
Okay.
Again, it's a screen capture of artifact information. It says summary windows, which is highlighted in yellow.
And is that indicative of a search for Windows?
Again, I didn't create the screen capture, so I can't state how that came to be there.
Well, in terms of the standards that you live up to as an expert in digital forensics, is this something that you would require of yourself if you're doing a screen grab?
Objection is to form is what something he would require of himself.
The item that's on 115?
The artifact information here?
Yes.
When going through artifacts, yes, I would look at a breakdown of the data surrounding it.
And what can you opine about what you see there?
That it's a screen capture with a summary of windows. There's an email address associated with the calendar. Time zone is UTC. It's a calendar event.
And do you recognize the email that's being used?
I do.
Okay. And what email is that?
cbanfieldrn@gmail.com.
Okay. And is that her email? her personal email? as far
Objection,
as
Judge,
you
is
know?
that whose email?
Is that Christine Banfield's email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence. Sorry. Defense exhibits 110, 115.
110 is already in evidence.
One-
111 was.
110 is admitted, 111 was already offered and
Offered
denied.
Sustained, yes, the objection was sustained. So we're up to, you want 115, which
Yes,
is the
Your Honor.
last artifact.
Yes, 115.
115, no objection. 114, objection, hearsay.
He only offered 115.
Oh, I thought he said 110 through.
I initially said that.
Okay, so 115 is in evidence. We can go there. Now, do you want 112? Are you looking for the other ones as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to 112. I just got to get it on the screen. Can you get 112 on the screen for me? Because I believe that's 109, 110, 111. That's 112.
112.
112.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, the objection's hearsay.
Your Honor, I would. May we approach?
Yeah, it's getting really difficult here. And the problem is you're limited to what you could do on cross in Virginia. So you have to recall this guy, and it makes things tougher. You should just be able to examine him and deal with it the first time. But yes, Kat is correct. One of these witnesses never looked at the data, and Carol tried to impeach the other witness like 25 minutes ago. Yeah, like but this is the problem. Too many people have handled the data. Like this is just a mess. I don't know though. I mean, here's the thing at the end of the day. If he does this in a way that makes sense, I don't think this changes the outcome of the case. Banfield's gonna get convicted. And I think it's pretty clear he and the nanny did it. So I don't know if they would have caught this because the presentation's garbage. Yeah, trust me, it's hard for me to keep up with this. You commenting on it gave me like a little bit of like I'm on the right track, but yeah, no, this is all going in and out one fucking ear and out the other. The jury is not listening to this. None of this is scoring right now. I don't know what's going. Like if the jury said I don't know what's going on right now, I'd say that's fine. Nobody does. And it doesn't help that this is so kind of discombobulated.
This particular, do you recognize the data from this particular slide 1?
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to get at here.
116.
It's like, once again, I've told you guys before, it's like arguing about, was it a red hat or a blue hat? Who the fuck cares? So, we'll see.
It appears to be a screenshot of the CPRN920gmail.com.
And what's the date?
January 9th, 2023.
Yes. Now, what are the 3 entries there as best you can tell?
They just appear to be potentially emails with subject lines. One of them is blank.
And the other?
One says pics, the other says pics 2.
And is this the email account that's alleged to have been created by someone other than Christine Banfield?
Yes.
Based upon your investigation? And what is this that you see here?
Screen capture of what appear to be logins with IP addresses and dates.
Okay. And do you, specifically January 9th, do you see that login?
I do.
And what does that indicate to you, and what device does that indicate is logging in?
It's like a Samsung SMG 991U with Android 13.
And do you know whose device has that identifying characteristic?
If memory serves, 2 devices have that pedigree.
Have SMG991U?
If memory serves, Mr. Banfield's IRS phone also has that same, it's the same model number.
That was 117.
117.
And now this is 118.
118.
Okay. This would be
Sorry, Judge.
19 then?
Yes,
You went back to 118?
I went back to 118. I
Okay,
think I hit
118. All right, that's
119.
fine. 118.
Detective Miller, what do you see here in this slide?
Again, screen capture with IP addresses with what appears to be login information.
And is there anything you can get from that login information?
The user agent is on the right.
And how is that being logged in?
With a Windows device.
Can you tell whether that's a phone or a laptop based upon what you see there?
From what I see there, it would be a laptop or a computer running Windows.
Okay. Let's look at 119. Oops. Can you identify what that is?
Oh,
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't even begin.
now you can make that a little bigger maybe so you can see some of it.
I'll do that.
There you
We'll just look down the center column.
Okay.
Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does it show? What does it indicate to you?
Again, it appears to be a screen capture with emails and artifacts.
And is there anything there that can identify what device was being used?
Not that I'm picking up from the screen capture immediately.
And is it any information that you can look at that can identify what device is being used?
Judge, I think asked and answered.
The same question you just asked.
Okay. Or what, how the, what email is being used?
I see the email address of cbrn920@gmail.com.
Okay. And what do these appear to be to you?
Email records.
Communications? And who are they
Sure.
from?
I see a lot of FetLife. And then, oh, we moved.
Oh, sorry. Were you still looking at that? I was just trying to give you something else to look at.
Nope, that's fine. We can,
Do you want to scroll down?
if you would like to. Yes, I see FetLife.
And FetLife?
Yes, FetLife.
And more FetLife? Can you tell from the screenshot whether these, so are you satisfied that they're all FetLife? Just based on scrolling around?
Objection, I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
I'll have a question.
I can see what's in the screen capture, but again, I did not create the screen capture.
Okay. But if you were trying to create a screen capture from digital forensics, this would be the form in which it would come?
It could be, depends on what I'm trying to take a capture of.
Is there a way for you to determine whether these are still active or they've been deleted, anything like that?
From the screen capture?
Yes. I can move it if you need me to.
I'm not seeing a deletion marker in this.
I'm sorry, what? The location marker?
You asked if I could tell if something was deleted from what I'm looking at.
Yes. Do you need me to move it to someplace where you could tell on the screen grab?
I don't think this screen capture has everything in its entirety.
What makes you say that?
If you scroll back up to the top. So if I were looking at it like in a portable case or in actual Axiom or something like that, I would be able to see all of the data fields. But since I didn't create this screen capture, I don't recall if there's any data fields beyond what was taken in the screen capture.
What kind of data fields would you include in your screen capture?
What was relevant, and if there were specific artifacts, I would try to tag them when appropriate or
Okay.
make them know.
And in terms of the FetLife account, in this case, what would be relevant for categories for a screenshot?
I mean, I would want to look at everything.
What more than what's here?
Again, I don't recall off the top of my head what other fields would be on that. And again, this is a screen capture that I didn't create.
Okay, but if you could create any screen capture, what more would you want?
Objection asked and answered. He said he doesn't know what other fields would have been available.
That's what he stated. I'll sustain objection.
Okay, and in terms of dates and times, things like that, can you opine about those?
I see dates and times.
And do you recognize a range of dates?
They don't appear to be in chronological order. I see that they're jumping around.
Would these be maintenance records relating to the FetLife account?
Maintenance records.
Yes.
I'm not sure I follow.
Would these be maintenance emails and communications?
They appear to be incoming communications from FetLife.
Okay, from FetLife to cbrn920@gmail.com?
Yes.
And what, if anything, does that indicate to you?
That email address was receiving communication from FetLife.
Your Honor, I move, I think 119 was the last one.
This is 119. that we have on
119,
screen.
so 116, 117, 118, 119.
All right, we want to start with 116. Could you move back to 116?
If we can go back to what that was, I believe it was the screenshot of CBRN with the 1923.
Do you have any objection to 116?
No,
Okay,
Judge.
116 is in evidence. 117, which is the next one. You could, any objection to that?
No, Judge.
Okay, 117, and then 118.
No, Judge.
All right, 119.
No, Judge.
All right, just to clarify, should 119 be under seal since there are names of a lot of individuals that are not involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Is that okay with you, 119 under seal?
Yes.
Okay, 119 is evidence under seal. We're going to stop right there, Mr. Carroll. I'm going to stop because we're already past
Okay.
5:30, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, we're done for today. We'll start back up at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So don't do any outside research. Don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you in the morning. You can sit right there for a second. It's fine.
Real quick, what happened out in Minnesota? Basically, Tim Walz has him handing out cocoa and donuts to the protesters. So, when does the judge say wrap it up? It's really tough to do in a murder case. Like, this is a very difficult thing because she needs to basically let him run it into the ground. Because, no, this is not ineffective. Are you kidding me? Going to sleep won't even make you ineffective assistance to counsel. Like, here's the point. There's no way you're changing this outcome. The idea that Brendan Banfield didn't murder his fucking wife is ridiculous. Like, the idea that he didn't do this, I think, is pretty fucking preposterous. So, yeah. But yeah, like, this is, there's no real easy way to win this. There's no easy way to win this at this point, guys. So, hey, hey, ho, ho. This is the only chant we know. Funny. I must have missed earlier when they proved he killed her. I mean, her statements of Juliana Magalhães is pretty tough to, like, overcome here. So, if he thinks he did it, does that mean he's guilty? I think he did it, and I think he's guilty. And I think the jury's going to find out he did it, too.
All right. Detective Miller, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, don't discuss testimony discipline with anybody, okay? All right, thank you. You can step down. All right, so have we worked on jury instructions?
Mine are in my office right now. I'm going
Okay.
to send them to them tonight.
All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to go over jury instructions, okay? 9
That's
a.m.
fine, Judge.
Tomorrow, we'll do jury instructions. How many more witnesses do you have after Detective Miller?
Potentially 3.
3 witnesses, so you should be done tomorrow, is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay,
Could be, I don't know. Could be long.
okay.
I'll try.
All right, we'll see about that. And then you said your rebuttal evidence is not,
Judge, I think, yes, we have 2 witnesses at most.
okay. So there is a possibility we might be able to get done tomorrow. My goal would be to get done with the evidence tomorrow and then have closing arguments whenever we come back from the snow. Have our jury instructions already done in closing, if we can get there, okay? But I understand your witnesses. If we don't get there, we don't get there.
Right.
But if we have a 5-day break in between something, that's what I'm trying not to do. I want to try to get all the evidence in and then have a 5-day break and then do closing arguments. But
All right, so we got that. We're going to move on to the next day here, chat. We're going to move on to the next day. We're going to do that here. Let's get this going. I heard there's parts we need to skip through here because this is Friday. And I heard this is a dumpster fire. So here we go. Oh, I know moments of trading. I don't think I think I'm more than one person has come up with the same idea before. Yeah, I know. I've seen the things that some attorney down in Georgia, which his billboard is hilarious. So yeah, we're gonna time travel. We're doing Thursday. Here we go. We're doing jury instructions. I mean,
Maybe I can narrow this down.
we're not gonna listen to jury instructions. I mean, I don't see them getting anything they want in there. Okay. They consider jury selection as part of day 1 of the trial. I don't consider it because we're not watching it. Because if I start with that, people are going to say, well, where's day 1? And that doesn't work for me. It doesn't make sense. I'm going to change it to say day 6 and 7. And we're going to switch this up here and finish it out. And I'm going to go into Adobe and fix that as well. There you go. Hold on here, Chad. I'm fixing this up.
all right, do we have able to talk to your?
I talked to him, Judge.
Okay.
I was waiting to find out some specifications because he asked me those questions, which.
All we need is his email, and then Shannon can send him a link, and we just need to know what time, or if he's gonna be prepared whenever we can send him the link right away.
I told him as soon as I had some sense of timing that I would let him know, and he said.
And that's up to you, whenever you
Yeah.
want to do, but we can send the link to him now.
Okay,
Do you want to give the email to?
I can definitely do that, Judge. Is it possible? I told him I would give him a call back to confirm that.
Sure, do
Can
you
I
want to
just
do it right
step
now?
outside
Yeah, just
and-
step outside,
Okay.
right now, that's fine.
So
I'd rather get that done to make sure we can get him taken care of.
oh, you're welcome, Sweet Tooth. You're welcome. Well, we're gonna finish this up here. Oh my God, are we gonna fucking go? Here we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Your next question for Detective Miller, Mr. Carroll? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective Miller.
Good morning, sir.
We finished off yesterday and we had talked about a couple of issues and I wanted to raise those again with you. Now, when you testified yesterday, do you remember the screenshots that were shown to you?
I remember seeing screenshots, yes.
Okay. And the screenshots were relating, I think you called them images, correct? I'm talking specifically about the portable case information,
A portable case is not an image.
but you had referred to it as an image because we sent you pictures.
I don't believe I referred to it as an image.
Sarah, may we approach the bench for a second? Is in this acquire that data?
Data was
Yeah,
acquired
you
from all the
said-
devices in this, yes.
By the way, Kat, you said this day is a complete disaster. I think is what you said here. I think you said this day is a disaster for the defense. So, yeah, let me know if that's what your thought is still.
By me.
Did you acquire that data?
Yes, I did the acquisitions for these devices.
And did you acquire the images and all the data that came from these devices in a forensically sound manner consistent with your training and best practices?
Yes,
Did you process the extracted data using forensically approved and verified tools?
yes,
This is the same data you produced to detectives and supervisors during this investigation, correct?
the data provided for discovery would have been the same that I provided to the detectives, yes.
Okay. So, and these were produced from the devices you acquired and they were turned over in discovery as required, correct?
Yes,
There are four open, I'm going to show you four open magnet portable case files with the court's permission on a laptop for you to be able to review. Can you please confirm that these productions are you made for the respective devices, Christine Banfield's laptop, Christine Banfield's cell phone, Juliana Perez Magalhães' cell phone, and Brendan Banfield's personal cell phone? And I'll show you this so you can make that determination. Aaron, may I?
This time?
May I approach the witness?
Okay, could you show what you're going to
Yeah.
show to Ms. Ann?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Come on.
So I'm going to show you.
You're going to have to.
Holy Jesus Christ.
Sir, I'm going to show you some items, magnet portable cases for four separate
Oh,
extractions.
I've never heard of that, Jonathan.
And you're welcome
Cool.
to look and confirm for yourself.
1,000
Take your time.
Partially chargeable
Um,
batteries.
There are four separate files down
That would be
here.
a game changer.
So if you'd like, you can make sure that you're certain as to what it is you're looking at.
Thank you.
I recognize them.
Okay, and starting with the first one, you tell me what you're on, and we'll go either left or right, depending on it.
I'm on the furthest one on the left, which is titled Christine Lenovo Reparse.
Okay, and what device would that be for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was the Lenovo laptop.
Okay, and that was Christine's known laptop?
That was the device identified that she used, yes.
Okay, did you have an opportunity to look at this is a portable case, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and this is the portable case that you provided in discovery to the defense or to the Commonwealth, and then they provided it to us?
yes,
Okay, and this is what you provided to anyone else who wanted access to it, such as Detective Bryant and Lieutenant Giacchio?
yes, this was provided for everybody for review.
Was the data that was provided in with regard to the laptop, was that the data that Lieutenant Giacchio was reviewing?
I would imagine, but I can't speak to what he was reviewing at any given moment if I'm not there.
And so when you were talking with him, was it ever discussed as to what it is that he reviewed?
There were many conversations. As far as any particular item out of any one of those conversations, it's hard to pick out, but this would have been one of the things worked off of to discuss the items.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes, sir.
I believe in order it would be Christine Banfield's phone. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And same questions. This is a portable case based upon your work extracting from Christine Banfield's phone.
yes.
And did you have enough time to look through that and make sure that that's accurate as to what your work product was?
As best I can in a short period of time. I
Okay.
can't go through every item.
Actually, to tell you the truth, if you need to go through every item in order to be able to say that's what you were working on, we'll have you do that.
This appears to be the portable case generated by me, which would have been provided.
Okay. And that's the item that, or the data that comes from that, or what you provided to the Commonwealth to provide the discovery in our, for the defendants.
Yes,
Okay. And was that, if you know, was that discovery provided to Juliana Perez Magalhães' lawyer?
I don't know personally what was provided in discovery to her attorney.
Is it fair to, well, when did you provide that to the Commonwealth?
I provided everything to the detectives, and then that was subsequently provided to the Commonwealth.
And when was the time frame for that?
For speculation?
Overruled, if you can answer.
I would imagine it would be prior to a discovery order.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a timeline. How long did it take for you, if you can tell from your work product, to arrive at that data compilation?
I mean, I can tell that it was scanned in on February 3rd,
February 3rd of what day?
2023.
2023. Are you certain of that?
So when I'm looking at the case processing details on this page, I can see that that phone was scanned in by me into Magnet on 3/3/2023.
Oh, 3/3. Okay, sorry. March
I'm
2nd.
sorry.
Okay, that makes
If I
sense.
misspoke.
Let's go on to, and I'm sorry, let me just finish up those questions on Christine Banfield's phone. Was the data that was recovered from your extraction, was that the data that was also provided to the lead homicide detective at the time, Kyle Bryant?
Yes, everything I had was provided.
Okay. And was that also provided to whoever else was interested in digital forensics, like Lieutenant Giacchio?
I would imagine anybody who needed to review it, it would be accessible.
Okay. And did you know that, or was there any sort of protection as to that data in terms of the investigation?
As in, was the portable case password protected? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, was the portable case open to every police officer in the police department, or was it open to people specifically with regard to this case, or is it even smaller people that were involved in the case and only needed to see it? Do you know how it was restricted?
I would imagine whoever needed to look at it would be able to, based on what was provided to detectives.
Okay.
Judge, I am going to object to the speculation if he's imagining he doesn't
All right,
know.
sustain as to speculation.
Now, sir, let's move on to the third portable case that you created. Do you identify that?
It is titled Nanny Phone.
Okay. Would that be a title that you gave to that document in that portable case?
Yes,
Okay, so you remember doing that?
yes,
Okay. And same questions. The data that was extracted from that, was that what you provided to Detective Bryant as part of this homicide case?
Yes.
And was that what you provided to or gave access to? And I'm not going to try to pin you down on who or what, but it sounds like it was available if anybody wanted to look at it.
Yeah, that would be, once I pass it on, I can't speak to who else would have looked at it and when.
Okay, that's fine. And that was also, I think I may have said this, that was included in discovery or to Detective Bryant, who would have given it to the Commonwealth for discovery, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
Okay. Now, and just to be consistent, this would be what Detective Bryant could have looked at and Lieutenant Giacchio could have looked at.
Judge, objection asked and answered. He indicated he gave it to Kyle Bryant. From that point forward, it's accessible. He doesn't know who else
Asked
saw
and
it.
answered is all I need. Thank you. I'll sustain the objection.
Fine. If it's asked and answered, that's fine, Judge. Can we move on to the fourth item that you're looking at there?
Yes.
And what is that?
I'd say Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
And who is the owner of that?
Let me look real quick. I believe this is Brendan Banfield's phone.
Okay. And same questions. You extracted data, and this is the source of that data, correct?
This was what was provided to the detectives, yes.
Okay. And describe what a portable case is for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
A portable case is a report that is generated through a forensic tool called Magnet Axiom. It is a way for the information that is in Axiom to be put into a readable format, similar to Axiom, but not quite as robust. But it's in a format that someone would be able to navigate in a more user-friendly method.
And once you do your extractions, is this the format that you would rely upon in answering questions that may come up, things like that?
I think that would depend. If there are certain things that are better able to be seen in Axiom itself versus in a portable case, but again, the data is in here.
Okay. Would you utilize that as a resource if you needed to know something about the data that was in there?
Yes, I would use this to search for information.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move the first file, which would be named 120, Defense Exhibit 120, which would be the portable case for Christine Banfield's Lenovo laptop.
All right, any objection?
Judge's counsel going to be able to share that with the jury?
You're not publishing it this time, just into evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
Any objection?
Can we approach?
All right, 120 in evidence.
Sir, moving on to Christine Banfield's phone, which would be the second file that we reviewed. Your Honor, we'd move into evidence as exhibit number 121.
All right, any objection?
No, ma'am.
Sir, the third portable case that we've just discussed is named Nanny phone, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move that into evidence
Any objection?
pursuant to
No objection.
as defense exhibit 122.
122 in evidence.
And sir, the last file, which you've identified as Brendan Banfield's phone, Your Honor, we move that in as defense exhibit 123.
Any
No objection.
123 in evidence.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for Detective Miller.
Cross-examination?
No, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right. I hesitate to ask if he's subject to recall.
Potentially subject to recall,
Okay.
Judge.
All right, sir, since you are subject to recall, just do not discuss your testimony leave it at this time, okay?
Yes,
All
Your
right, thank you, sir. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, I'd recall Harry Lidsky.
Okay, look, can you retrieve his laptop too? Thank you.
Can we leave that there, Judge?
Oh, you need that? Oh, never
Yeah.
mind. Sorry.
Holy shit, how many of
He's
these guys
already
are we
sworn.
gonna recall? This is just getting ridiculous here.
Sir, just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay? Of course. All right, thank you.
Sir, calling your attention to what has been moved into evidence as Defense Exhibit 120, 121, 122, and 123. Are you familiar with those exhibits?
I am.
And have you had an opportunity to reviewed those exhibits?
I have.
And state to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do in your review as a digital forensic examiner?
Well, as Detective Miller indicated, these portable cases facilitate everybody to visualize the data from the respective devices, ourselves included. We use these, and we're able to look at both user accessible files, like what you would see on your phone, and we're also able to see the data behind the data frequently, which can be informative depending on the nature of the investigation.
And do you understand these items to be verified data extractions performed by Detective Miller using appropriate tools and best practices?
I do. I've reviewed his reports and came to the conclusion that he did everything exactly the way he should have and the way he was trained to do it using the tools that are approved by the industry and accepted by the courts.
And do these items, specifically the exhibits, provide us an opportunity to review the raw data extracted from their respective devices in a forensically sound manner?
They do. So the nature of the case, in addition to giving us visibility, bless you, into all of the data on the device, we can't alter anything, and that's what makes it forensically sound. That's what how the term is defined. So anyone using this can't add anything. We can't delete anything. We can't change anything. If there was a virus on the device, it stays sandboxed within the case. It does not spread to our computer. So it's helpful in a lot of ways.
And so is this considered a safe environment in the world of digital forensics?
It is, and that's the nature, the forensic and forensically sound. It prevents, it's not like blood evidence, but it prevents cross-contamination so that what's on here is on here exactly the way it was when the device was either imaged or acquired when Detective Miller did it back contemporaneous to the event back in 2023.
Based upon your review of this data, were you able to draw any opinions related to this case?
I was.
And what were those opinions?
That catfishing did not occur.
And did you produce any demonstratives that you can display to help walk us through your findings?
I have.
Aaron, can you display to counsel and the witness?
There's nothing on the screen at the moment. I'm connecting. Sorry. There you go. Well, I have your screensaver. Okay.
Thank you, Aaron. Sir, the items that we're about to show relating to your findings, the digital forensics have been identified in the stipulation documents, correct?
They have.
And did that include Brendan Banfield's phone
Yes, it did.
and Christine Banfield's phone
Yes.
and the laptop?
Christine's laptop, yes.
Juliana Perez Magalhães' phone?
Yes, among other devices, but these are the 4 central ones I reviewed.
Social media records from Google, FetLife, Facebook, among others?
Among others, yes.
Video from surveillance?
Yes.
Judge, objection leading.
All right, status deleting.
What, if any, items were related to surveillance?
There was some video surveillance. There was electronic and physical surveillance involved in this investigation. That's all that comes to mind with regard to surveillance.
Did you rely on any interviews?
I was made available to the entire investigation. That included videotaped interviews of the co-defendant and Magalhães, both transcripts of interviews that she conducted with the police, with the Fairfax County Police, interviews of witnesses, as I think Detective Smith testified to yesterday, the neighborhood canvases, notes, things like that. I've reviewed everything in this case.
Okay. I'm going to show you a slide. And Your Honor, we're just trying to determine what our previous number was for it.
If you show it to me first, and then
Yes.
I'll let you know. Let's see. All right, I have it as 86.
86. And I believe 86 was.
It's not in evidence.
Not in evidence. Sir, can you identify?
Is it a different number? I'm
this-
sorry, just hold on.
Judge, sorry, I'm scrolling back to 86. I was under the impression this was likely
Okay.
110.
This is your first slide after the.
After the.
This is
title
not a
page?
defense
This is-
expert.
Okay.
I
First
mean,
one.
That's the first.
they're
one.
trying to use him in that way,
Is
but
it originally on this,
he's,
Dan?
they're using him that way. But he's not like their actual
Your
expert.
Honor, if I may,
Yes, sir.
it's changed a little. This is
Okay,
technically.
So it
new.
is different.
It is
Okay.
different, yes.
All right.
Well, then.
Okay,
Well,
so.
apologies.
Okay, so this was not the first one that you'd seen.
It's
The second or third?
it's a change of the first. It eliminates the
So this is not
party number.
$85. If you want
So
to give us a
let's-
new
I think
number,
it's new.
124, Judge?
let's give this a new number then.
So this, Your Honor, we identify this as Defense Exhibit 124.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, do you see the slide here?
I do.
And what does it reflect?
This is a Facebook message sent by Christine Banfield.
And what, if anything, did you look at to determine this slide?
Even though it's a Facebook message, this was recovered from her mobile phone. So a lot of the data on our phones can occur in multiple places, right? So our email is on our phone, but it's also on the server of our respective email provider. This is a Facebook message. It likely is or was on the Facebook server, but this particular message came from her phone.
And was the phone one of the things that the portable case that was moved into evidence through Detective Miller?
It was, I believe this was 122.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Exhibit 124 into
Any
evidence.
objection?
Objection hearsay.
All right, hearsay.
Sir, Your Honor, I believe this is an artifact of the portable case.
You've got past the foundation. I agree with you. But now that we're past that hurdle, the next hurdle is hearsay.
And Your Honor, I think this is an artifact, and it's for whatever it is part of the portable
I'll
case.
sustain the objection to hearsay.
Sir, can you look at what would be marked as Exhibit 125?
That's in evidence.
Yes.
Hold on a second. That's already in evidence. Okay, so
This particular,
I think that is in evidence as 110.
So I have it as 109, and then yesterday he clarified for the record, because as 109.
I'm sorry, I can't.
She said
Okay.
this was clarified as 110.
110, that's what I have it as well, 110. 110 in evidence. Yes, so it's already in evidence as 110.
sir, what is this artifact? Or can you explain what this is?
This is a calendar entry, a saved calendar event from Christine Banfield's mobile device or phone.
Okay, and is there anything notable in that artifact?
The date,
Okay, and any other aspects of the calendar entry?
it's what you'd expect, I think, from a calendar entry. It's a date and time. It was on Mrs. Banfield's phone, and the Gmail account associated with it was the one that I believe was hers, attributable to her.
Your Honor, I believe that was admitted as
It
Exhibit
is, it's already
110.
being displayed to the jury.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else about that particular artifact, Mr. Litsky?
It was an estimate for 10 a.m. for Windows. I could talk about why I think that might be informative.
Why would that be informative?
Objection, judge calls for facts not in evidence.
Overruled. I'll,
Well, from the information I reviewed in the case and the testimony this week and last, the window replacement was a topic at the window replacement at the Banfield house was a topic discussed. I think this reveals that the window replacement project was, number one, dates back to 2021, far earlier
Objection
than.
calls for speculation. This particular document just says estimate, 10 a.m. windows. We don't know if they had other window replacement projects.
I'll sustain the objection.
So in 2021, Christine Banfield was scheduling a window estimate at 10 a.m.
Okay. Sir, I think this might be 111, Judge?
I don't think this.
112.
Thank you, Sylvia. He owes you something at the end of this. All right, 112. And it's not in evidence.
Sir, do you identify this
No.
slide?
No, judge, this was previously offered and denied.
It's not in evidence.
Correct.
Right.
So
It was previously offered. See what happens. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, can you identify this?
Yes, these are messages sent by Christine Banfield from her device, excluding any other party.
And what is notable within these messages?
Their discussions about having the windows.
Judge,
replaced.
objection. He's testifying to the subject matter. It's hearsay.
Sustained objection.
What about the date and time?
These are from June 28th, 2022.
Sorry,
You just changed.
I know,
these.
sorry. My big fingers.
There you go.
Sorry, did you see that before my fingers caused it to go?
Yes, these are from mid-2022, late June.
And sir, do you see the item on the screen?
I do.
Okay, and what is this?
More messages from Christine Banfield.
Objection as to the hearsay. He cannot testify to what's in the document.
What's notable about the date and the time on this particular message?
Is this 114?
It should be, Judge.
I just want to make sure for the record. It's okay. This is 114.
114.
These are from December 3rd, 2022.
Karen, may we just approach for a moment? That's exhibit number 114.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
And sir, as to the windows, did the information that you received as an expert in forensics, digital forensics, did that inform your opinion?
It did.
Okay, and what is your opinion about the window replacement without getting into the hearsay statements?
That the project originated.
Objection, Judge calls for speculation. To refer to it as the project assumes that he is correlating this information with what occurred that's been admitted into
You
evidence.
want to rephrase?
I'll rephrase. With regard to the subject of windows, without specifically talking about a project, what does this indicate to you and what conclusions can you reach?
That Christine Banfield contemplated or explored a window replacement in 2021 related to issues of age and condition of her existing windows.
Judge, objection, he's testifying to the content.
He gave his opinion. All right.
Yes, yes.
Next question.
I think you just have, what's essentially, you can't go with the writing that's on there. Thank you. Now, sir, I'm going to show you what will be marked.
125.
Your Honor, I believe defendant's 125.
Okay.
Sir, do you see the picture on the screen there?
There's no picture.
It's text. But yes,
You see that?
I do.
Okay. Does Your Honor see it?
No, you have to go to the next slide, I think is what you're trying to get to. I mean, all we have is writing. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
You want a
yes.
picture?
It's a picture of writing.
Okay, it's writing. Okay, that's what he said. Okay, 125. Okay. Yes, we can see that.
Okay. And you just see that, correct?
Correct.
And was this something that you reviewed in discovery to inform your opinions relating to the date that it shows on there?
This is something I reviewed from discovery. I read it after my opinions were formed.
Okay, so let's just make that clear. And I think you had testified before. In what order did you review the items in evidence versus Detective Miller's findings?
I performed all of my work first before looking at Detective Miller's findings.
And so is this something that you looked at after you had arrived at your conclusions?
Yes,
Okay, and is this something that you relied upon in arriving at your conclusion today?
I didn't rely upon it. I have it here because Detective Miller said it in a way that it was both accurate and succinct. I couldn't do much better, so I copied his work.
Okay. And in terms of how would you characterize, so what is this part of this particular statement that's before you?
Objection, if he's going to testify to anything that's contained in the document, regardless of whether or not he copied it, it's hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What document is this part of, a part of that you're looking at?
This is from Detective Miller's executive summary.
Okay. And did you hear any evidence in the court relating to Detective Miller's executive summary?
I did.
Okay. And who were the witnesses who were speaking of that?
Detective Miller.
Objection, calling for hearsay. The jury had the opportunity to hear the
All
testimony.
right, I'll sustain the objection.
Do you recall who? Well, okay. This was, is it fair to say this was mentioned in court?
Yes.
Okay. And sorry,
126?
sorry, Judge, I just a little premature. I was
All right.
getting it right. So to avoid hearsay, because this is a written document, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how how this affected your conclusions as a result of your examinations?
This didn't affect my conclusions other than to corroborate them after I was done, seeing that our findings were aligned.
Okay. And do you agree with what you see on the screen here that's hearsay that the jury can't see?
I do.
Sir, do you see the next slide on the screen?
I do.
And if you can describe what you see there on the screen.
Judge, I'd object to any description of the content, hearsay.
There are pictures there, Judge.
So if you could just maybe limit it to the pictures.
Okay. Let's start with the pictures.
Okay.
Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
And are those pictures that you were able to identify independently within the data that was provided in discovery for the defense?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And if we can look at the first picture, do you have any idea based on digital forensics where that picture was taken, or actually not where that picture was taken, where that picture came from?
The picture on the left?
Yes.
The picture on the left came from Christine Banfield's phone.
And the picture on the right?
Also.
Okay. And what processes did you utilize in order to reach those conclusions?
Well, as I was reviewing the data from Ms. Banfield's phone, I found them. They were familiar to me because I'd seen them from other sources, such as search warrant returns from FetLife. I'd also seen one of them in Facebook returns that are returned as data provided by a service provider in response to a warrant. So I'd seen them both from multiple sources.
And the one on the left that you've identified, is there any way to know the timing of that based upon your analysis?
I believe it was January 17th, around 8 p.m.
And January 17th is significant in this case.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Sorry. What's the significance of January 17th in terms of the issues in this case?
Yeah, and the photo I believe was actually closer to 7:30 or 7:20. January 17th was the day that the FetLife account, which is obviously important in this investigation, was created. That is the user profile. Somebody set up an account on FetLife, and one of these pictures came into play.
So let's take this opportunity to talk about the accounts that were set up that were alleged to have been run by Juliana Perez Magalhães in her recant. What were the accounts that we're talking about?
So there's 3 accounts. There was the Gmail account, there was the FetLife account, and then the third would be the Telegram account.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the significance of those 3 accounts and how are they linked?
So each account is linked to at least one other account, and that's significant for me as a digital forensic examiner because it's sort of a one or done. And the way the accounts were set up, so the Gmail account was set up first. The Gmail account was used to set up the FetLife account. So you couldn't set up the FetLife account unless you knew about and had access to the Gmail account. To have access to the Gmail account, you'd have to know it existed, and then you'd have to have the password to log into it. So the Gmail account sets up the FetLife account. The FetLife account was used to move conversations over to Telegram. So all three accounts are linked, and anybody that had knowledge of any one of the accounts owns all three of the accounts. You couldn't use one without the other. You couldn't jump into a Telegram conversation without knowing first how it began from FetLife, and you couldn't get into FetLife without.
Chuck, I'm going to object to the speculation. Wouldn't be able to. There's no foundation for that.
All right, let's sustain us, just that part.
Okay. In terms of the objection relating to foundation, what did you rely upon in order to inform those opinions that you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
The content of the data within the accounts and my knowledge of how accounts work in the FetLife responsive documents from the Fairfax County Police Department search warrant. It says right in there that the user email associated with this is the Gmail account. So the user connected the accounts. The Telegram connectivity is based on the content from the FetLife messages. Please contact me. Do you have Telegram? Please contact me there.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at the next slide. Is this the foundational artifact that supports your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So this is a picture that Ms. Banfield took of herself on the evening of January 17th.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Is that 115?
This would be 127.
127. Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 127.
Any objection to 127?
No, ma'am.
Okay, 127 in evidence, so you can publish to the jury.
And so if you can just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the significance of that artifact and what you took from it to arrive at your conclusions.
So it's a picture, obviously, of Ms. Banfield. I'd characterize it as a selfie in the mirror. The file name and date, or the file name, that's what I'd call a typical Samsung or Android file naming convention. So in line with what I'd expect to see for a picture taken by a Samsung mobile device. At the very bottom of the screen, you can see that it is a Samsung phone model SMG991U. The dates and times, the date and time here that's relevant is January 17th, 2023 at 7:20 and 45 seconds p.m. If you look at the file name 4 lines above, that is the typical Android file naming convention that's comprised of the date. So we see 2023 0117 underscore and then 1920, which is 7:20 in 24-hour time.
Now, the software and the make and the model, is that significant? Does that corroborate anything that you've identified?
Yes, the make and the model is corroborative. This phone was in fact a Samsung SMG991U, which informs me that this picture was actually taken in what we call native to the device. So it's a photo both contained on the device, but taken by that device rather than one you'd get in a text message or email as attachment.
Your Honor, I don't believe I previously identified it, but I would put it in as defense exhibit 127.
This one, it's already been, it's been published for the last.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm covering my bases. Okay. Sir, I'm going to have you look at this item. Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
And are those digital artifacts that you relied on in arriving at this?
You could call
describe what you have, what you see in that slide.
So this is part of the responsive documents received in this case from Facebook. And so the information, it is digital, it is artifacts, but it's not recovered from a device so much as from provided by Facebook for their servers.
Okay. And did you create this slide?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what's the significance of the notations on the left side? Actually, Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence. I think defense exhibit 127?
128.
128.
128. Any objection to 128?
No, ma'am.
All right, 128 in evidence published, please.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those markings are, both on the left side of the picture and below the picture?
Yeah, so as I said, this is information that was provided by Facebook. This is where Christine shared this photo with Brendan. Just starting at the top left and working down and to the right, the author Christine Banfield, so it was sent by her from her account. It was sent on the service providers, in this case, almost universally provide us with documents in UTC, Coordinated Universal Time versus Old Greenwich Mean Time. So it needs to be adjusted. So this in February, or January, I'm sorry, we need to subtract 5 hours. So that's why it's appearing as January 18th instead of January 17th. But January 18th at midnight and 20 seconds, midnight and 20 minutes is actually January 17th at 7 p.m. and 20 minutes here on the East Coast. So she sent in the body of the message she sent was new bathing suit included. And the artifact below that is just the attachment, which is this photo, and the name that the associated data that Facebook includes with that.
So let's just have a little discussion about UTC time. You called it Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
Objection, mischaracterization. He said that it is universal and it is a 5 hour difference. I believe it's been asked and answered.
I think you can explain it, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, was that a stipulation that it's a 5 hour difference?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And so we don't need to explain too much now. Why are some items in UTC time versus present time?
My experience and what I believe to be the reasons, and this is universal with service providers, from my experience, Google, Facebook, phone companies as well. They just provide everything in UTC time. So they provide it in one time zone and you have to do the work. Otherwise, they'd have to send records to Fairfax in East Coast time. They send them Chicago in Central time, LA, and they're providing records to law enforcement and legal counsel all over the world. So they just send it as UTC. That's, I think, why UTC exists, sort of to give us all something we can all start with and work with personally from there.
Thank you, sir. Can you look at this next slide?
Yes.
Is that something that informed your opinion that you've been telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it's a digital artifact from a laptop.
Okay. And is that the laptop, Christine's laptop, that was introduced into evidence through the portable case with Detective Miller?
It is.
Okay. And can you explain, Your Honor, I've moved that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 129.
Any objection?
No objection.
129.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how that's significant?
Sure. This is a Windows event artifact. It contains a security identifier. So for Windows computers, every user is assigned a security identifier number, and that's the long number we see on the second line down, ending in 1001 on this case. So that just informs us of which user profile was active at the time that the activity took place. So a computer, if you have a shared computer in your household with 4 people, each one will have their own unique security identifier, and that's what you get when you log into your profile, and that's why your things will come up, your information, your email accounts, versus somebody else who might be using a shared computer. It could also be in play with, for work computers that are shared as well. The time and date are just that, and these have been. This is in East Coast time because of where the computer is located, and down to the bottom, the third line up, just tells us what this event represented, and this is just simply a log on to this device by that particular user with that security identifier of 1001.
Sir, I'm going to have you take a look at this slide. Is this a slide that you created for this presentation?
This is a screenshot of an artifact from the same computer.
And what's the significance? Well, Your Honor, I move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 130.
Any objection?
No objection.
130.
Sir, if you could go through this, what is the significance of this artifact in terms of a digital forensic analysis?
Similar to the last, this is just another standard Windows event that we often see when a computer is either powered on or logged onto. So the time of this, if you want to compare it to the slide before, is likely within milliseconds. A lot of things happen when we start our computers that go on in the background. The previous slide was the user logging into their account. This is just reflective of the computer probably almost immediately joining the Wi-Fi account for in this case, what I know to be the Banfield home.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, he's referenced the previous slide. I'm going to put it back to the previous slide.
129 is an evidence, so you can go back to 129.
Guys, if the stream's choppy, that's
So
the
that's the
weather.
previous
Mine's
slide.
fine
Yeah.
on
Can
my
you just
end.
highlight
Sorry,
what
I
it is you were
stepped
talking
away.
about in terms of the timing?
Yeah, so if we look at the created date time,
Judge, the Commonwealth will stipulate that they show the same time.
Okay, stipulation that it shows the same time. Thank you. So is there anything additional that you need to testify to about that slide?
No.
Do you see a slide before you?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit 131.
All right. I'm just making sure we didn't see it yesterday. I'm not sure we did. So we'll make it 131.
I don't think we did, Judge.
Okay, 131.
May have.
Sir, do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And if you could just describe, was this something that you utilized in your forensic analysis of this case?
Yeah, I think there are other images that are associated with this that will come up in progressive clicks, but this is using artifacts from a laptop that I examined, or the portable case that I was using to examine artifacts from within the laptop. This is a sort of sequencing of events in chronological order, and that's, I think, as I described before, something we do looking backward in time and following events on a device might help inform who was using the computer, and certainly the time and date and what they might have been doing.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 131.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
If you could please publish that to the jury. Sir, can you just explain? They didn't have that on the screen when you were.
Sure. These are the artifacts that I located on Ms. Banfield's laptop, and this just shows that shortly after the computer was logged on and joined the Wi-Fi, that she opened a browser and navigated to or viewed a Google website and her email.
Judge,
inbox.
objection calls for speculation. He doesn't know who it was that looked at anything. He can tell us what the computer did.
All right. I'll sustain objection.
The person whoever was using the computer opened a Google website and Google inbox related to Ms. Banfield.
And sir, what's the significance of the email, the Gmail account that's identified in the second line there versus other Gmail accounts?
So this one became known to me through my review of all of the evidence in the case as Ms. Banfield's sort of go-to email account. This is not the alleged suspect email account that we talked about as being formed on January 9th.
And what was the alleged suspect Gmail account that you referred to?
That was the one that was used to then set up the FetLife account in Telegram as the account. The alleged suspect Gmail account was the one that received communication from FetLife, both the FetLife service provider and from users wanting to message through that account.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to show you this next slide. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as Defense Exhibit 132.
All right. Any objection to 132?
No objection.
All right. And evidence can publish.
And so tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is.
So again, chronologically, this is, it looks like just under a minute later, whoever was using this computer was now able to see the draft email box within their Gmail account, Ms. Banfield's Gmail account, also the sent email box or account messages from Ms. Banfield's account.
And where are the sent emails that you're referencing?
It's the now fourth line down. You can see on the title of the slide, also on the left-hand side for the URL, that's just showing that the sent mail box or tab was open at this time.
Okay, and the draft mails are the one, well, you tell me. I'm not going to.
Yes, the draft is right above it. Usually parenthetically, when there's a number there, for us email users, that reflects the unread messages in the respective accounts.
Your Honor, did I move that into evidence?
That's in evidence.
Okay. Sir, do you see this new slide, which is incorporating the old slide?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what's the significance of that? And then if you identify it, then I'm going to move it into evidence. So just identify that as a slide, and Your Honor, I'd identify it as Defense Exhibit 132,
133.
133.
Any objection to 133?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Again, just chronologically, this is more activity shifting away from one service provider to another, from Gmail to Facebook in less than a minute.
And the timing is in the second column?
It is. So this would be January 17th at 10:01 and 10 seconds p.m.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to move on to the next slide. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 134.
Any objection to 134?
Sorry, Judge Van, just have a second. Judge, I understand that the slides are just successive.
The only new thing is the artifact information.
Right, we're just adding one item at a time. So, okay,
No
sure,
objection.
no objection.
134.
Sir, as Ms. Sand said, this is a progression of items and there's a new portion. Can you describe what that is?
Yeah, so this is artifact information related to the login of now the alleged suspect Gmail account. So we can see down at the bottom of the highlighted section, this is CBRN920 at Gmail. That's different from the email that we see at the top of the screen for C. Banfield. So this is significant because now again, we're talking about a login to the account that's central to this investigation. So whoever was using the computer at this time at 10:03 and 4 seconds was clearly aware of the account and had the credentials because this is a successful login.
Sir, do you see that slide, the new slide?
I do.
Okay, and there's, as said before, there's one additional piece of evidence there. Is this something that you created and something that you relied upon?
It is.
Okay, Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 135.
The objection.
No.
134.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this in terms of digital forensic analysis.
So the content to me is not as informative necessarily as the sequencing. So we had Facebook at 10:01. If we look just above the Google login we just discussed, or the Gmail login we just discussed, we have the Gmail login at 10:03, and now we're back in Facebook at 10:03 and 35 seconds. The significance of the highlighted portion in the last artifact, or the newer one that we're reviewing, is that we're looking at a media attachment within Facebook. Obviously, for any of us who use it, there's a lot of different things we can look at, but in this particular one, we were looking at a media attachment.
Sir, if you could look at the next slide, which would be identified as Defense Exhibit 136. Please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this something that you relied on in your digital forensic analysis?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move that in as
Any objection?
Defense Exhibit 136.
136 evidence.
Go ahead, sir. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this significance of this in the line of messages?
Yeah, so as we might imagine, as we do things on our computers, things happen in rapid fashion. And when we slow down and sort of look at what's happening on the back end and visualize it that way, it seems to make sense. So just before this, at 10:03 and 35 seconds, we were looking at a media attachment, what I believe is a photo on Facebook. And then 5 seconds later, at 10:03 and 40 seconds, we have a download of a photo in the Chrome browser that was being used at the time. And this is a download to the computer.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you to identify as Defense Exhibit 137. Can you look at that, sir?
Yes, I can.
And is this something that you analyzed and created as a result of your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 137.
Any objection? 137 evidence.
Sir, can you give some context, or can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you obtained this and what the significance of it is?
Sure. So again, each of these is building on the previous artifact, but so at 10:03:40, we had the photo downloaded to the computer. At 10:04 and 23 seconds, so under a minute later, that same photo is emailed as an attachment from the alleged suspect Gmail account to the alleged suspect Gmail account. And the email attachment, if we look at the file name on the very bottom that ends in 1973_n.jpg, we can see that that's the same file that was downloaded from Facebook 2 lines above it at 10:03 and 40 seconds.
And sir, this is identified as Defense Exhibit 138. Is this highlighting what you just said?
It is. This is just drawing attention to the fact that we're correlating now the same photo. And this is one of the things we do in digital forensics. We can follow an artifact around as it goes, and that can be informative.
Your Honor, can I move that in as Defense Exhibit 138?
Any objection?
No.
All right, 138.
The ladies and gentlemen just see that. Do you want to direct them as to what the change is in this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is just the annotation I described, just showing that these two artifacts are linked. The download,
Sorry,
it's gone.
there
There it is. The download a minute or so before the email.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, which will be identified as Defense Exhibit 139. What is that?
These are WhatsApp messages from Miss Banfield's cell phone.
Okay. And what, if anything, how did you arrive at, how did you get these digital forensic artifacts?
From the review of the data provided from the portable case related to Miss Banfield's cell phone.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No.
139?
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this communication? And am I correct? This is all on January 17th?
This is just
This is
dragging,
on January
guys.
17th, yes.
This is just dragging. Holy cow.
So I think as Detective Miller said rather well, context matters. Context is helpful. So we don't, to help determine user attribution, which is always the big question for us in the digital forensics field, we don't just look at one device. We look at everything we possibly can to inform what a person was, where a person was. If someone's device is being used by someone other than the owner, if they're physically removed from it, we can draw that conclusion. So I was simply looking at Ms. Banfield's phone at the same time frame that I was looking at her laptop. So we can see the date is January 17th, and the timing is right around the same time that we were looking at from the computer a moment ago, right around the early 10 o'clock hour.
Sir, I'm going to move to the next slide and have you take a look at that. Can you identify that slide?
I can.
And just to be careful here, is the left side of the slide what was on the previous slide, 139? Were those the communications that you were talking about on the previous slide?
Yeah. So
Do you want me to go back so you can see it?
no, I have them both.
Okay.
Would you like me to describe this?
If you could describe it.
Yeah, so one of the things that the forensic software allows us to do is both look at the artifact in sort of a raw form that might be useful for us, but it also allows us to visualize a conversation just like we would on our devices. So we'd have, sort of a comment bubble or chat bubble on the right and the left as we talk with somebody.
Okay.
So it's just a visual representation of the same data.
And so without getting into the conversations, were you able to determine that a conversation took place?
Yes,
Okay. And were you able to determine who the conversation was between?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to present
It's
that.
just ID is 140, that's fine.
140, okay.
Is this a good time for a break, Mr. Carroll?
It'll be fine, Judge.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute recess at this point. Please do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Sir, since you are testifying, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody to include defense team at this time, okay? All right, we'll come back at 11:45, okay?
If some of it's too slow, I don't want to do that. I think, there's apparently some stuff in here. I just don't know what it is going to be. I mean, all we've learned so far is that the PAO lady was a little weird, and that we also learned that Christine Banfield had big hooters. That's all we've really learned so far, is that Christine Banfield had massive hooters, and not a whole lot else. So I don't know what else we're going to talk about.
All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Lidsky, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, and if you can just identify it. Can you see that on your screen?
Wait, you missed her having massive hooters? Hold on here. We got to go back. It's like, where is it? Yeah, here you go. There. She got big old hooters. So it's like bigger hooters than Juliana. And he still killed her. So it's like, yeah. So, are we going to do models later? Sure. Yeah, that's all we know right now. That's all I've learned so far today. Is that, wow, she had big boobs. It's like for one kid too. That's very surprising. All right, yeah, he must be an ass man. So let's get back to this.
All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Lidsky, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, and if you can just identify it. Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
And is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, move that in as exhibit number 141.
Any objection?
No, ma'am, 140.
Sir, can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the significance of this artifact?
Sure. This ties into the prior slide and artifacts that we reviewed, or the ones from the laptop, 2 slides prior. Again, we're just going chronologically and looking at what the user of this device was engaged in. Of note, and it might be helpful to go back 2 slides to the previous blue one. We're seeing a bouncing between applications and between accounts. That's helpful for me in this case, at least, because part of the information that I was aware of from witness interviews or co-defendant interviews is that when this device, which was the subject of alleged misattribution, removal, use by another party or parties, that when the laptop was in that possession, it was just, we were just using the account, or it was directed account usage. Here we're seeing a shift back and forth. So we started with Gmail at the beginning of this 2 slides ago. And then we went to Facebook, and then we had a download, and then we saw the suspect alleged account, or alleged suspect email account in use. Then, and now here at 10:05, so this is all within a 5-minute window, we're back into Ms. Banfield's sort of the non-suspect account, so just her personal email account.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, which is what you just described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Your Honor, that would be exhibit number 142.
Any objection?
No, 142.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the significance of the additional line that's down on the bottom of this slide?
Yeah, it's merely just a continuation. The first line of this demonstrative, or sheet of the demonstrative, is at 10:05 at 17 seconds, and that's looking at a particular email. So that's where we see on the second and third lines, respectively, sent mail. That's the sent mail box and the inbox with a lot of unread messages. The first line is an actual specific message.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, which will be identified as exhibit 143. Do you recognize that slide?
I do.
Do you recognize the additional line?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, move that in as exhibit 143.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
143.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this artifact?
Sure. So this is a Google search for FetLife, which obviously is important in this case. Of note is the timing. Again, looking at what's occurring right before this. So at 10:05, 10:06, 10:07, we have activity within Ms. Banfield's email account, and here at 10:07, basically 10:08, now we have a Google search for FetLife. So we've moved the user of this device at this time has moved from one to the other.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, can you identify what will be marked as exhibit 144?
Yes, I can.
And Your Honor, move that into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
144.
Sir, can you please explain that additional line and how it relates to the ones that you've already discussed?
Sure. So this is typically after a Google search and relatable. The search results come in, and very frequently users will click on a link. So on the third line down, we have a search for FetLife, and then immediately after, within under 30 seconds, we have a visit to the FetLife site.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide,
All right.
and this will be identified as exhibit 145. Sir, is that an artifact that you utilized in creating this slide?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as exhibit
Any
145.
objection?
No objection.
145.
Sir, please explain the significance of this additional artifact to what you've already described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So this is a second login to the alleged suspect email account, the CBRN 920 Gmail account at 10:12 p.m. My experience is you cannot be logged into two Gmail accounts at once on the same device. So looking up to the top row of this slide, we're into Ms. Banfield's
Well, that's not
personal
true.
email account. So
That's not true. I can be logged into multiple Gmail accounts at once, like for email and stuff. Like right now, I have like you can do that. That's not actually true. That's not actually true. Now, like you can only operate like your Google on one account at a time. Yeah, but even then they all sync up and shit. Like that's where this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. How is it being phrased? I don't know if you use different browsers if you can get away. Well, you like, yeah, if you're using Edge and Brave and Chrome, you could do that. But I mean, I don't know. So, Mofka says you have to change sessions, not for email. Open up your Gmail right now. If you have multiple Gmail accounts, like I could literally bounce between them. I can literally bounce between my, Gmail accounts. It's not a problem. So, oh well. Yeah, I mean, unless he's talking about doing it like actually on the screen, but yeah, I can go between my emails and open up different things. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's that too, as well. So, this is weird, his statement here. Yeah, you could have 3 open right now, yeah.
at that point, this computer was logged into the C Banfield RN account, and now we're seeing a relog in back to the CBRN 920 account.
The bigger question is, and this is something the defense wanted to show, was she working that night? Because if she was at work and she had her phone, okay, that makes sense. But where is she at? This would be more effective here. I don't know where they're trying to go with this. So.
And is there any way to know what device that is?
That was from this laptop, from Ms. Banfield's Lenovo laptop.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
All right.
And that will be identified as Exhibit 146. Sir, is this an artifact, or is this a slide that you created based upon your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 146.
Any objection?
No.
146?
So moving on, sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of the data that's before them? This is from Ms. Banfield's mobile device. This is a little bit later in the 10 o'clock hour, from 10:43 to 10:46 p.m. And these are just website visits that were performed using her mobile device at the time. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
And this will be identified as Exhibit 147. Sir, do you recognize that artifact? I do. And is that something that you reviewed in preparing this slide? It is. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the significance of this? Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I move that in.
Any objection?
No.
I think she said no.
Oh, he's not.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, all right. 147 evidence, sorry.
Okay, now it's on display, so if you could please explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yeah, this is simply opening the photo app on the Windows laptop. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
Identified as 148.
Any objection to 148?
No.
148 in evidence.
Sir, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the artifacts are and how they're significant. So the user of this device at this time, using the Photos app, edited the photo we saw back at the beginning of these slides. So if you remember the photo we saw that was downloaded from Facebook to the device ended in 1973_N. And now we see at 10:47 p.m. a new photo ending in 1973_N edit.jpg has now been used by the Photos app on this, on Christine's laptop.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next
All right.
exhibit. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
Right, I do. It's just a call out for,
Okay, it'll be identified as exhibit 148,
149.
149. I
Any
apologize.
objection, 149?
Well, he didn't make the circle himself, but I don't object.
Okay, 149 in evidence.
And I'm sorry. if
It's
you
a
could,
valid reason to
the jury now
object.
sees that. What were you saying about that?
yeah, that the circle is just a call out to what I described, just taking note of the file name.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be identified as exhibit 150.
Any objection to 150?
Nope.
150.
Sir, can you add?
Yeah, it's just a further call out to the tail end, the 1973_N@JPG.
And when you say call out, what your explanation was?
Yeah, just drawing attention to the, significant part of the file name.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, do you see the slide in front of you?
I do.
Okay, and this will be identified as exhibit 151.
151. Any objection to 151?
Judge, if you could lay foundation for how this slide was created.
All right.
Sir, what is it that you examined in order to create this slide? Can you explain?
Sure. I reviewed the responsive documents provided by FetLife to create this. I took screen grabs or snippets of those documents, which are rather voluminous, and I consolidated for me, what the salient points were into this slide.
And this is specifically related to this slide, correct? I'm sorry, to the topic of this slide.
Yes, this is the important information from the FetLife documents for this discussion related to this slide, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I move that in as or defense exhibit 151.
Any objection?
Judge, I do. Unfortunately, it's out of context, and I think best evidence would require the full document be used.
You have the full document?
Judge, I believe that's part of the stipulations that were put in relating to the FetLife documents.
Correct. And we've admitted the full document into evidence. I think that is the document that should be used.
I don't have it personally right now, Judge.
All right.
We can move on from
You can
151.
supplement with the full document, then we can
Yes.
complete it. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be identified as number 152. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
Okay, and I think there's been an objection relating to the full document, but what's the additional information that is on this document?
It's the addition of a photograph.
Okay, and what's the origin of that photograph?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered. We've already talked about this photograph. It's been admitted into evidence.
Okay.
Okay. Your Honor, once we get the full
Okay.
document, then I'll
Sure.
ask for it to be admitted. I'm going to go on to the next slide, Judge.
Okay.
Sir, can you identify the artifacts that were used to make up this slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and where did they come from, and what's the significance of them for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
These came from Ms. Banfield's cell phone. They are web searches.
If I may just interrupt for a second, Your Honor, we move this in as defense exhibit number 153.
Any objection to 153?
No objection.
153?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
These are web searches or website visits from Ms. Banfield's cell phone from January 17th from 10:49 through 11:29 p.m. They're informative in that the 10:49 artifact at the top was about a minute after the FetLife account was created. So for timing, it's informative. For the middle column, we can see what the website was, or what was the website that was visited, what the content was. So that can be informative for a digital forensic examiner in helping determine potential attribution based on the content. So is it content related to one person over another? Is it related to, in this case, a catfishing theme? Is it related to, or is it what we might expect from a user's normal activity? It's also, I'm sorry if I can add one.
No, please.
Timing also is informative, obviously. If somebody's device is in use and we can assign attribution, then it shows that they're awake and in possession of their device. And obviously that was, for me, that was something important for this investigation to take note of.
Now, if just to deviate for a moment from that, in digital forensic analysis, what, if anything, do you do to try to determine a pattern of life regarding the use of devices?
Yeah, I can typically just looking at use over time. what's normal for a user. I've done that with, mobile device tracking, cell phone tracking when I was in law enforcement. You can infer patterns from the data from use over time. On Ms. Banfield's computer, based on one of the statements the co-defendant made during her interviews, and I believe, again, a testimony was that she dropped her backpack by the door and didn't touch her laptop after that. I looked backwards for about a year in time of her user activity, and she was frequently using her laptop well into the evening from 10.
Judge, objection is to speculation. He can tell us what the devices were doing.
How the hell does that doesn't
If you could
work
just-
at all? That's all speculation. Don't you use it a bunch? Okay, so how the hell do you get that to work? Wow. That is such garbage fucking analysis. Yeah, this guy worked for like the Treasury Department and all this other shit he was doing. Like, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. Absolutely stupid.
Explain what you were explaining as to what the devices were doing at what period of times, in terms of the pattern that you just described.
Sure. Ms. Banfield's device had a history of activity, or devices have a history of activity well into the evening for an extended period of time, both
Was there a
before.
time frame that was consistent during that period of a year that you went back?
It was frequently between 10 or 11 p.m. and 1 or 2 a.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, do you see that slide?
I do.
Is that a slide that you created?
It is.
And was it based on your analysis of digital forensics?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm going to identify this as 154.
Any objection to 154?
No.
Or 154 in evidence?
Sir, please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these artifacts are.
So here we have another, the date is still January 17th. The time is from 11:32 through 11:35. These are from Ms. Banfield's mobile device. We have a couple of website visits on the top and the bottom, and in between we have a number of email email inbox visits with a Google, a couple of Googles in between. Of note here towards the right, the second to last column on the right, we can the digital forensic software we use can tell us whether a device was local or synced, among other sources. So we can see where we see local, it means the in this case, the two local artifacts were website visits on this device itself. The intervening artifacts that are labeled as synced tell us that those could have come from a secondary device and are being replicated here as a result of Google's ability to sync accounts. If you're logged into your account on more than one device, what you do on one might appear on the other.
Now, the January 17th, what was the significance of January 17th again?
The FetLife was created around 10:48 p.m.
Okay, and so the timelines of all of these slides that the jury has seen are significant in terms of this.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
What's the significance of it relating to the times?
Well, we've just walked through what was occurring on Ms. Banfield's laptop and her phone in the 45 minutes or so before through the 45 minutes or so after. And recalling the first slides we saw Windows log on to the laptop. So we've seen, so the activity that evening began around 10 o'clock when we first started running through these.
And are you, based upon the analysis that you did during this slideshow presentation, are you able to opine as to, within the degrees of digital forensic analysis, your opinions as to what was going on January 17th?
I am.
Can you provide that opinion?
So again, revisiting the originating slides, we saw a log on with Ms. Banfield's security identifier to her profile, at least on her laptop, around 10 o'clock, joining the Wi-Fi, which our computers do automatically. Immediately, we went into her email account, or the user of the device went into her email account, and then we started seeing other activity. We saw the alleged suspect Gmail account be logged into, and then we were back into Ms. Banfield's Facebook account where we viewed an image, a picture, a digital image. That image was then downloaded, and these are all happening within either seconds or a minute. That downloaded image was brought to the device early in the 10 o'clock hour, I think around 10:05, and then we saw, 30 or 40 minutes later, the Photos app opened up, an image edited, and that image would ultimately be uploaded to the FetLife account during the account creation. All the while on Ms. Banfield's phone, there appears to be certainly user activity. As Detective Miller said, context is hard, and we might need other corroborative data to see who was conducting that, but it's certainly unrelated. I think the website visit about Kristen Chenoweth has nothing to do with the scheme here at hand. So we can infer, and we do, and this is just one event in a timeline of many significant events, but we can draw inferences based on the totality before, after, during, and the content of who might have been operating. What I didn't see was a gap in time where a device that appears to be going in and out of accounts related to the scheme and not related to the scheme was exchange hands, like misappropriated. I didn't see any gaps of time where, where somebody might be using a device and then like go to the bathroom and the device would be taken, potentially somewhere else in a house, used by somebody else and brought back. I didn't see gaps here for this particular event where that either occurred or even could.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, let's see, that's this last part.
Okay. Based upon the analysis, in terms of the statements that you're making, what are your conclusions?
I didn't see anything here that indicated loss of control of the device. I'm not able to say who was in control of the device for the entirety of this period, but I did see inconsistencies in that the usage was not confined just to the accounts related to this investigation. In this case, that would be the suspect alleged Gmail account and the FetLife account. So interspersed with that, I saw personal account usage with Ms. Banfield's accounts.
All right, thank you. Mr. Klitsky? Sir, do you see the first slide before you?
I do.
Okay. And this, what's the topic that we're dealing with in terms of this particular piece of evidence?
So this is a snippet of a video interview with Ms. Magalhães. I believe in this particular clip, she's answering a question about the Telegram account creation and the associated activity. I think the deleting of the SMS code that was used to stand up a Telegram account.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as defense 155 and move this into evidence.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to hearsay.
Sir, do you see the slide that's before you?
I do.
And what, if anything, what does this say? Or what, I should say, what's the significance of this in your digital forensic analysis?
So this was recovered from Ms. Banfield's cell phone, and it is the Telegram 2FA code, I think the two-factor authentication code that was described in testimony.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would, I've identified it as 155,
156.
156. I'd move that into evidence, Your
Any
Honor.
objection to 156?
No, Judge.
All right, 156 in evidence.
Okay. And sir, what's the significance of this particular artifact with regard to the issue of the Telegram setup?
So the relevance here, I think, is corroborative information. Lieutenant Giacchio spoke about that yesterday, and it's important to discern the veracity of witness or co-defendant statements or testimony. This artifact was recovered from Ms. Banfield's mobile device. From my understanding of the investigative materials provided to me, this had been deleted by Mr. Banfield. It wasn't deleted. It was still there. I understand.
Objection as to the mischaracterization of previous testimony.
All right. Do you want to approach this?
Looks like they're going to argue over what this means, actually. So here we go. Let's skip ahead here a little bit. Come on. God, I hate when it fucking does this. Just stay on one fucking screen. Okay.
And sir, this, going back to this artifact, this was related to, I think you said, the Telegram setup and the two-factor authentication?
Correct.
Okay, and what's the significance of that in the context of the Telegram setup?
That is still present on Ms. Banfield's phone.
Okay. Is that significant that that would be on her phone?
To me, it is.
Okay, and in what way is that significant that the notice of a two-factor authentication?
The notice itself, not much. Its continued existence is of note because I find it inconsistent with the theory of the case.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to, and I'm sorry, 157.
157.
And sir, do you, can you identify these artifacts? And is this a slide that you created?
I can, and it is.
And it's based upon your digital forensic analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as,
Any objection?
No.
Okay, 157.
sir, can you please explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So these are, I believe, the 4 most recent text messages from Ms. Banfield's device over this time period. So from, late evening or night of February 18th, 2023 at around 10 p.m. through the morning of the 19th at around 10 a.m. So at 9:58 p.m. on the 18th, we have just, a message exchange with who I assume is a coworker based on the contact name. But at 2:19, so after midnight at 1:37, and again at 2:07, we have two FA codes, one of which is the Telegram code we just looked at on the prior slide. But the one before that is a signal verification 2FA code. The signal was not used in as part of this alleged scheme, but to me it's informative that other secure messaging apps were experimented. At least it appears they were the user of this device experimented with others. The message on the morning of the 19th, again with another coworker, is there only to show sort of bookend activity. The idea that because the two FA messages from the early morning of the 19th were not deleted, they would be readily viewable by the user of the account the following morning. And so when normal sort of messaging activity resumed, the idea that to me as a digital forensic examiner, the two FA codes, were not hidden or unseen by the user of this device.
And so
Objection calls for speculation.
Or
He
weren't
can't
noticed.
testify as to
There's a
what
million
someone saw
different
or
reasons
not.
why she didn't see
Christina,
it.
is the last part there?
There are going to be a million
in
reasons.
terms
why
of,
she didn't.
you said 2FA, in the event that somebody doesn't know what that is, describe what two-factor authentication is.
Yeah, two-factor authentication, 2FA, is the way a number of service providers just require device possession. It's a way for them to confirm that you're holding and using and have authority in theory to use the device that you're registering. So it prevents us from signing each other up for a bunch of accounts. So that's why in this case, Signal and Telegram require you to be in possession of the phone that you're asking them to permit your use on their servers.
And in a situation or in a case like this with the allegations, would a two-factor authentication code's existence,
Objection leading.
Christina's still reading.
what if any significance would that hold in a case such as this?
For me, based on my experience, both as an investigator and digital forensic examiner, any misattribution scheme, to include catfishing, the name, misattribution is important. You want to hide your tracks. The idea is that the target of your efforts
Maybe he was
is unaware
retarded.
that they are being targeted, and you're exerting effort, on that plan. So if you leave evidence behind, if you leave something that
Judge, objection. This is speculative. He's speaking about what people do in catfishing. I don't think he is speaking to what happened in this case, and I don't believe
Making
it.
it a generality, though, he should be allowed.
Okay.
Yeah.
uh,
You should be allowed to comment on this.
So the idea is to hide the hand, right? If somebody sees that their device or devices were tampered with, or there's usage that's not their own, they may become suspicious. They might question it. It could certainly raise a red flag. So traditionally, in my experience, one would remove all traces of their activity if, in fact, it is misattribution.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I would identify this as Defense Exhibit 158.
All right. Any objection to 158?
No,
158 in evidence.
Sir, do you see that slide?
I do.
And can you explain the significance of this analysis and this slide to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
These are unrelated, but I felt informative activity from Ms. Banfield's phone, again, from the day before and the day after. These are other user verification codes or 2FA codes for Microsoft and PayPal, things not related to the scheme. But they tell me that the user of this device was familiar with the codes, knew what they stood for, and was unlikely to ignore a message that
objection
contained.
calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the last part. Second.
Yeah, speculation.
Okay, sir, can you just explain that in a way that doesn't cause you to speculate?
For me, being aware of or familiar with how a certain item works would cause me not to ignore it. If I,
Objection, judge, he's testifying as to his personal experience.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Sustain.
In terms of two-factor authentication, how does that reveal itself on phones and devices?
It's readily identifiable by its face. I mean, we can look at the message and see what they are. And users or people who engage in 2FA activity typically can identify them when they pop up.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Your Honor, this would be identifying
I
as
don't see how
Defense
it's gonna
Exhibit
work, though.
159.
Any objection to 159?
No.
159 evidence.
What does this say, Mr. Litsky? And if you could explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
At 1:34 a.m. or approximately 1:34 a.m. on February 19th, an application was installed on Ms. Banfield's mobile device. We can see the name of it, thoughtcrime.secure SMS. That's the corporate name or the fancy name for Signal, which is a secure SMS messaging platform.
Can I just interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
What is SMS?
It's communications, messaging. It's just a digital communication platform.
Okay, sorry.
No. So Signal was installed on Ms. Banfield's device at approximately 1:34 that same evening. Informative, although even though it didn't play into this case, this investigation, it is, I'd say, a comparable app to
Judge, I'm
Telegram.
going to object to that statement. I don't believe that the witness has laid any foundation to suggest that Signal wasn't part of this investigation.
I guess foundation is the question.
Okay. In your examination of the evidence that has been provided to the defense, does that inform your statement that you just made in terms of Signal?
Yes, my understanding of the evidence I've reviewed is that the suspect Gmail account was in use, FetLife, and Telegram was the secure messaging application that was used. Other similar applications like Signal, I did not see, nor was I made aware of any use by those on those platforms.
Okay. Can you please continue with your answer?
Sure. Signal was installed on this device, irrespective of what its intended use was for. We saw the Signal 2FA code on the slide before, and that's expected of what we'd see with an installation. That's usually when they require us to confirm the device that we're registering. Just given that it was a secure SMS that was installed or at least reviewed around the same time that the Telegram app was also being installed, I thought it might be related, and I flagged it of interest for that purpose.
And is it noteworthy in your investigation the email account that was used?
So the email account that's on here is obviously Ms. Banfield's. That would be the account associated with the device itself in the Google Play Store, which is required to download apps. So yeah, that is the account that was associated with the phone and this resulting download or installation.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
All right, chat, let's keep going here. Oh my gosh. This is... Oh, Bavka says the best evidence is coming shortly. Okay.
Sir, and that will be identified as 160.
Hopefully, because this has not been impressive.
I see it.
Objection to 160. Okay.
Sir, what, if anything, did you look at in order to create this slide in terms of your digital forensics analysis?
This is a data location or a location of Ms. Magalhães' device or phone or mobile phone on February 20th and at 10:46 p.m.
I'm sorry, did you say the co-defendant's name?
Yes.
Okay. And what was used to create this document?
This is data recovered from her phone itself.
Okay. And the map portion of it?
The digital forensic software we use, when it encounters a location artifact, it gives us a little map.
And what's the name of that? What's the name of that software?
This is a magnets. This is a magnet axiom.
Okay.
Software.
So it's the same as what Detective Miller used in extracting these devices and creating the portable case?
It is.
And so this would be identical to what you received from the portable case?
Yes, it's an artifact from within it.
Here, I move that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 160.
R-116 evidence.
So we're into it. Well, you tell me, what's the significance of this, and is it related to what you just showed the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
This was a data point, a geographical data point recorded by Ms. Magalhães' phone on the evening of February 20th, basically at 10:46 p.m.
And February 20th is significant for what reason?
I believe February 20th, there was significant Telegram conversation, maybe FetLife conversation as well, and was the night of the voice verification phone call between with Joe Ryan.
Your Honor, I move that in as, I think they've already done that. Yes, thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, can you identify this slide and the significance relating to what you just testified to?
This is part of a production I'm sorry, this is a login to Ms. Banfield's, her true name Gmail account from the Banfield residence.
True name
also on
Gmail
February 20th,
account.
2023 at 10:58 p.m.
Okay, and the
Those for a fake name Gmail account.
is there a timing issue that you're highlighting here?
Well, on the prior slide, I think it was 10:46 p.m. Ms. Magalhães, or at least her phone, was at Lifetime Fitness in Reston, Virginia. Here, 12 minutes later, we have somebody logging into Ms. Banfield's account from the house.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I identify this as Exhibit 161.
Well, where's
and move that
Brendan
into evidence.
that night?
No, ma'am.
167 evidence. 161.
Kind of important.
Your Honor, I'm going to move back to the back slide so that
Okay,
there's
move it
context
back.
to what.
160s in evidence.
Sir, was this the slide you were talking about, and this is the timing that you were talking about?
This is the beginning of a sequence of events and timing, yes.
Okay. And this is 161, the current slide.
Correct.
And it wasn't up for the jury when you were explaining. Can you go over that again quickly?
Sure, this is just a representation of a login to Ms. Banfield's personal email account from the house from the Banfield residence at 10:58 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which will be designated or identified as 162.
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And what was it that you analyzed to arrive at the information that's on this slide?
This is a geolocation artifact from Ms. Magalhães' mobile device.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 162.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
162 in evidence.
Can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significant aspects of this and why you created this slide?
So on the previous slide where we saw a login to Ms. Banfield's email account from the residence, essentially at the same time at 10:58 p.m., it appears Ms. Magalhães was on her way back from the gym, or she was at least mobile. She's no longer at Lifetime Fitness in Reston. She's now just on the surface streets in and around Reston.
Okay, and do you have any sense of the distance to the house?
I think it's about a 15 or 17-minute drive, point to point from Lifetime Fitness in Reston to the Banfield residence in Herndon.
Anything else about this slide?
Nope, it's just her location at the time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
And is this a slide that you created relating to your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 163.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
163.
Sir, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this slide is relating to February 20th, 2023?
Sure. This is data from two records. The top, the sort of larger font, which is not done for any purpose. It's not large for any other purpose or any significant purpose. This was Brendan's. I guess it's a swipe, but here his entry to the Lifetime Fitness in Reston on this evening. So they had him swiping in or arriving at 9:18 and 33 seconds. The lower three lines are from, I believe, a T-Mobile record showing Mr. Banfield's position as T-Mobile recorded it. And it's not precise. However, it does reflect the nearest tower, or the tower that was handling the data to Mr. Banfield's phone at the time of the record. So we see that he swiped into the gym at 9:18 p.m. T-Mobile, again, a service provider record, is going to be in UTC, so we have to do some math. But the third line of the T-Mobile section at 3:59 a.m., that would show, that would actually correspond to February 20th, 2023 at 10:59 p.m. And he was still on the same tower. So the reason 3 towers were shown with a Roger Bacon Drive address is to show the consistency. So again, Mr. Banfield logged into the gym in Reston at 9:18. You see at 9:39, with the conversion of the first line of the T-Mobile records, that their tower at Roger Bacon Drive in Reston, which is close in proximity to Lifetime Fitness, handled his data at the time. We see on the next line at, which would now be 10:18 p.m., he was receiving data from T-Mobile on that same tower. And then the third line, which is 10:59 p.m., he's still receiving data from that same tower. So it's just one set of data points corroborating the other, confirming the other.
And so what would you conclude based upon that slide?
That at 10:59 p.m., Mr. Banfield was still in or at or
Objection
around.
calls for speculation.
Would be his device now.
Yes, based upon, okay. I think we have to speak in terms of the devices. What can you conclude based on this regarding his device or devices?
That Mr. Banfield's Lifetime Gym swipe card was arrested at 9:18, and that Mr. Banfield's mobile device was in vicinity of Lifetime Fitness through at least 10:59 p.m. all on the evening of the 20th of February.
You're going to move to the next slide. And that will be 164.
Correct.
Sir, can you identify this?
I can.
And was this something that you created?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you use to create this?
Google Maps.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 164.
Any objection?
No objection.
164.
Sir, what can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this created slide says and what's the significance of it?
This is just a visual representation of what I was just describing. So the red dot on the left side of the screen is just the location of T-Mobile's tower at on I think Roger Bacon Drive. And we can see where it's
Chat, Roger
fairly
Bacon
close
is
to
a
the,
founding
Lifetime
father of
Fitness,
Virginia.
gym in Reston.
So that's
And
who Roger
is
Bacon
the,
did know.
is there any indication of where the device is at this time?
Well, on the prior slide, we saw where Mr. Banfield's device was on the evening of the 20th between, the 9 and 11 o'clock p.m. hours.
Okay.
This is just showing the tower that the data, what T-Mobile tells us.
Okay. And you created this to be a complement to what you had done in the previous slide?
Yes, just to visualize it. It's just to visualize it.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which will be identified as Exhibit 165. Now, sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And is this something you created?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 165.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
165.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the significance as it relates to February 20th, 2023?
This is another geolocation point from Ms. Magalhães' mobile device.
And what does it tell us?
So this is an artifact from 11:06 and 50 seconds p.m., so 11:07 p.m. And this is what, so Ms. Magalhães had an Apple iPhone, and one of the things that iPhones do is they create significant location visits for us. So places we go frequently, like home, work, gym, Apple categorizes them as significant locations of visits. Doesn't mean anything for us as users, but on the back end, as a digital forensic examiner, artifacts like this can be informative. So in this case, it tells me this is when she probably walked through the door, and her iPhone says I'm home, basically.
Here, I'm going to switch to the next slide,
All right.
which will be designated or designated as Exhibit 166. Sir, what is this artifact?
This is a login to a website, a commercial website.
And what's the commercial website?
It's anova.org. It's an ananova.org website.
And what's the significance of having this artifact?
So this is from Ms. Banfield's computer, and I'm aware from the details of the investigation that she worked at Anova.
And is the time significant relating to this investigation into Telegram?
It's related to the investigation. I'm not sure
Oh, I'm sorry.
specifically the Telegram.
What's the significance of this?
Well, again, this is there was significance of this date. There are events relative to this date. So what I'm trying to do is determine attribution by looking at all the devices and everybody's location to the extent I can figure it out. So this is just another artifact as we're walking through this evening. This is also at 11:07 p.m., closer to 11:08 p.m. Maybe within a minute of Miss Magalhães, or at least her device, arriving home.
Now, in terms of, you used the term attribution. I think Detective Miller used that term as well. Is that a term of art in the digital forensics world?
It seems to be a goal we're frequently chasing.
Okay, so how would you describe it in kind of plain terms for me and the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure. As Detective Miller said, it's tough for us without a video being there to put any one of us behind the keyboard, so to speak. Who's holding the device? Who's actually manipulating the data? And as he also pointed out, other informative data points can be helpful in providing context and providing corroborative information. Just by way of an example, in this particular case, we have 3 people. Or in any case where if we have 3 people, unsure who's using a device, if 2 people can be confirmed out of the house and when activity on the device occurs within the house, by relative easy deduction, we can then use those external data points of confirmation of the 2 people out of the house to confirm or conclude that the person in the house was responsible for the data. There's not much, it doesn't get much easier than that. That's an oversimplification, but that's a goal.
How crucial is the time stamp of these artifacts with regard to your investigation into these types of investigations?
It can be quite crucial. The amount of time, for example, in this investigation, there are allegations or claims of device removal as part of the scheme to facilitate the scheme. So, is the timing based on the artifacts facilitate that? Is there enough time for a device to be removed from somebody who's active on one and then be used for any purpose by somebody else without them knowing it? Right. I mean, it's one thing if we take a shower, if it's a 10 or 15 minute gap, that might lend enough time for a device to be removed, used, and put back.
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
All right, all systems.
Okay. I think we've probably gone where we need to go on that. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. Here, I'm going to identify it as Defense Exhibit 167.
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what's the significance of that artifact in relation to your investigation?
This is a login from the Banfield residence on the same evening of February 20th to the alleged suspect account, the CBRN 920 account that was used to facilitate ultimately the FetLife and then onto the Telegram and the eventual meeting.
Your Honor, I'd identify this and ask for it to be moved into evidence number 167.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
67?
And once the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and see that, can you please go over what the significance of this is?
Sure. As I said, this is a login reported by Google to the CBRN 920 Gmail account. So that is the email account that was being used to facilitate or to set up FetLife and then ultimately to the communication, which led to the events of the 24th of February in 2023. This was on the evening of February 20th, and the time was 11:08 and 13 seconds, so 11:08 p.m.
And I'm sorry, did you mention the account that was created or that was used?
Yeah, yes, Judge, I have to answer.
I just didn't hear, Judge, I'm sorry.
All right.
If it was, that's fine.
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Exhibit 168. Oh, sorry. Is there anything additional that relating to your digital forensic analysis on 167 that you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
There is, I mean, the timing to me was significant on this particular artifact, but we'd have to point it out, go back to the slide prior,
Okay.
if
Your Honor,
that's possible.
If I may, I'm going to go back to this slide prior.
I know.
Your Honor, can we publish that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Judge, I don't believe it's been admitted.
Excuse me?
I don't believe it's been admitted.
I thought this was the one prior.
It is.
No, that's
He did.
166.
Oh, sorry.
Wrong way, I think.
My big fingers.
No, you had it. No, going backwards, sorry. This one. No, forward one.
Yeah, go forward one.
I'm pressing too hard.
All right, stop.
Okay, sorry. You were saying to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Say no.
Is this one in?
166 is not in evidence.
Oh, Your Honor, move it in as,
166, no objection.
Okay, there we go. Now we can.
okay, now we have context in terms of what you're saying. I apologize. Please explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this, and then hopefully I'll move forward to the other one so you can talk about that as well.
Right. So this was, again, from Ms. Banfield's laptop, the Lenovo laptop. And this is an Innova.org website, a VPN. So that's a remote access to the Innova website where she worked. And this was on the evening of the 20th at 11:07. And this ties into what we were talking about earlier, the sequencing in the window. So the time of this particular access was 11:07 and 49 seconds. I know I've been rounding up and down and saying 11:07, 11:08, but this one's important to go granular. So we have this one at 11:07 and 49 seconds. And now if you could, sorry, jump to the next one. So this activity, which is a login to the suspect email account, was 23 seconds later, 24.
And this is identified as 167?
It's in evidence.
Yes.
167.
I just want to say for the record.
Okay.
Yeah, so 24 seconds later. So that's the window we're talking about here. For me as an investigator with the facts consistent with this case, we've gone from a activity on the laptop that is unique to one person. In this case, to my understanding.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, it's a stating.
Can you explain it in a different way?
We've gone from unrelated activity on the laptop, unrelated to the scheme, 24 seconds later to something central to the scheme. We've gone from an Innova website to the suspect Gmail account in a 24-second window.
And just so we're clear, the Innova website was, what device was that on?
Ms. Banfield's laptop.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be Defense Exhibit 168.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir, what is this artifact?
This is a login or usage of the Telegram app on Ms. Banfield's laptop computer.
Okay. And is there anything significant about the start time and end time, I guess?
The start time is of most significance here at this stage of our chronology. It's at 11:09 and 12 seconds p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
168.
I apologize. Mr. Litsky, can you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to give them context?
Sure. This is the Telegram app in use on Ms. Banfield's laptop at on 2/20/23 at 11:09 and 12 seconds p.m. So now 59 seconds after the suspect Gmail account was in use, also from a Windows device at the residence.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Your Honor, may I just consult the counsel?
Right.
Are you asking if we need to have it? We won't. We can tell you. We have it so far. We put the whole thing in. We put the whole thing in. So.
Your Honor, I move this exhibit in as Exhibit 169.
Any objection?
Just confirming with counsel that this is extracted from our previously admitted exhibit of all of the messages. No
All right, so
objection.
169 evidence.
Thank you. Sir, what is this?
These are the telegram messages between the account purported to be used by Ms. Banfield and Mr. Ryan.
And does that coincide with what we previously saw?
Yeah, these are just a subsection of the messages exchanged on these two accounts. This relates to the time period that we're reviewing currently. So this is February 20th, 23, beginning, the first blue bubble on the left is at 11:17 p.m., and then 11:18 p.m. for the green, and then later at 11:18 p.m. for the next blue.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
All right.
I believe that'll be identified as Exhibit 170.
Okay.
Sir, do you see that on your screen?
I do.
And, excuse me, what's the significance of this item?
These are FetLife messages from the night of February 20th, 2023.
And, Your Honor, I move these in as Defense Exhibit 170.
Any objection?
Again, same judge, I believe we've got the entire document in already.
All right, 170.
Now, sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is as a digital forensic examiner you're looking at in the context of your investigation of February 20th?
Sure. Well, again, on this particular date, we have some key events on this particular, at this particular time. We've got key device usage or potential attribution and location information for the three people central to the investigation at this point in time. That's Ms. Banfield, Ms. Magalhães, and Mr. Banfield. This is a subset of the FetLife records that we've been talking about. This is particularly for this evening at this point in time, and these are only the outgoing messages from the account purported to be used by Ms. Banfield. So these, if the messages don't make sense, it's because you're not seeing the entire conversation here. We're just looking at the outbound responses from the account in question relative to this discussion.
And the name at the top there, what's the significance of that?
So one of the messages this evening was about starting, and this is in the larger, for what I analyzed in the larger FetLife communication. We saw where Telegram was installed in the prior deck, I think on the 19th. Now we're seeing where we start to transition from FetLife to Telegram by the person using this account.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time to take a break?
Yes.
All right, let's go and take our lunch break at this time, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not discuss case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Again, sir, since you're still testifying, do not discuss the case with anybody, including the defense team. I'll come back at 2:05 then.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, chat. I mean, we're kind of getting somewhere, but this doesn't make a whole lot. Like, I don't think this is getting them what they think it's going to get them at the end of the day. I don't think it's going to get them what they think it'll at the end of the day. We'll catch up in here and move on to the next thing. Oh, there's some issue with...
So now we're back to 170. Okay, it's published.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Thank you. Sir, looking at the slide that's on the screen break, can you just explain what this slide and what the significance is relating to your digital forensic analysis?
These are three FetLife messages that were
Why isn't it going?
sent outbound from the
Why did it freeze?
account purporting to be Christine's, and they occurred still on February 20th in the evening. So in the window we've been discussing between 10 and midnight or 11 at midnight.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
170 is already in evidence.
170 in evidence?
The 170 is in evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So what'd you ask?
Oh, 171.
171.
Identify as 171.
All right.
I just said I was going to move to the
Okay.
next slide.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sir, can you identify this slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and what is it?
These are additional Telegram exchanges, sort of an extension of what we looked at earlier with the green and blue chat bubbles.
Okay, and this is a portion of what has already been moved in the Commonwealth's case?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and what's the significance of these messages and what specifically in those messages?
Well, so from a significance perspective, obviously it's communication between, two primary involved people or accounts. This evening is significant as we discussed, because this is when Telegram really ramped up, and this is the evening of the phone call. There was the Telegram call between two parties. And this is an extension of the activity that we were visualizing when we started this. So it's, again, for me, significance is looking for, continuity or a break.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
172.
172. And what is this artifact and what's the significance of this in terms of your digital forensic analysis?
So this is an artifact from Christine's cell phone, her mobile device. It's again on the evening of the 20th, and it's just a continuation. This is now 11:52 p.m. I'd have to see the last slide to see where we left off in the chronology. But again, I'm always looking at multiple devices. I'm trying to get as much data about what all of the involved parties are doing on what devices all at the same time.
Your Honor, may I move to admit this to evidence in number 172?
Judge, I am going to object. I'm not sure that we have enough foundation to support the conclusion that this came from the cell phone.
All right, you can lay foundation.
Okay. Mr. Litsky, this artifact, when you collected this artifact, what device did you get it from?
The portable case of Christine's from her cell phone.
And what, if anything, did you do in order to isolate this particular artifact?
I just did a screen grab of the artifact as it displays on my end.
Your Honor, move this in as one.
I mean, Judge, again, I would ask how he knows that this is from, what on this document tells this witness that this is from the phone?
Okay. I'll ask him that question.
What on this document tells you that it's on the phone?
I remember it. I remember doing it. Nothing here provides device attribution, but I know it from my review and analysis.
All right. Okay. All right. 172 evidence.
And so, and you just mentioned something.
That was completely worthless to object to.
Looking back at the timeline. because
That was
we just had
completely
that break.
worthless on their
Is
part.
that necessary for you to be able to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is?
Well, sure. I mean, the content, as we can see here, I think would agree is, at least I assume, I take this to be unrelated to the scheme, but it is activity on a device that is occurring contemporaneous to activity related to the investigation, related to this case. So for me, this is important. If I can assign device attribution for this particular time, then I can draw inferences from that somebody is awake, that somebody is, in this particular case, researching office ideas. That might give rise to pursuit of another investigative channel to see if there's other corroborating or refuting information elsewhere.
Is the slide that you were comparing to is the one immediately before?
These, I believe, are chronological. So the one immediately before would be either just before it or even contemporaneous.
Okay, and is that something you want to reference?
We can look at the time. I see this one's 11:52. I didn't take note of the last message.
Your Honor,
from the
may I
previous.
move back to 171?
Yeah, you can move back.
Does that give you any indication?
Oh, it does. Yes.
And this has previously been entered into evidence, Your Honor?
No.
Your Honor, move this into evidence as number 171.
Any objection?
Yes. No, Judge, this was from our
It's from your-
previously admitted.
Okay,
so no objection.
171 in evidence.
I neglected to move that in, so the jury didn't hear about that. So perhaps you could explain what you were just explaining with actually a slide in front of them.
Sure. I think I mentioned before lunch, there was a lot of activity this evening. There was Telegram. I thought FetLife as well, and now that's been confirmed. So this is a continuation of Telegram chats that were ongoing in this relevant period of time. So the beginning at 11:21 p.m. on the 20th, with the first message and ending, at least for this screen, for this point in the conversation, at 11:47 p.m. on the 20th, in the lower left.
And these are in UTC time, correct?
These are in UTC time. That's just the way they were extracted from the device, which is default. So that's normal.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And would that require, as you said, math?
Yeah, so we're doing a bit of math. So so even though the date reflects 2/21 at 4:45 in the morning, it's actually 2:20 at 11:45 p.m.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
173, Your Honor, identify it. Sir, have you taken a look at this slide?
I have.
And do you recognize it?
I do.
And what did you retrieve this information from?
Also from Ms. Banfield's mobile device or cell phone.
And is there any significance with regard to the times on these messages?
This is just before and straddling midnight, again on the 20th, and of course, immediately into the 21st.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 173.
No objection.
All right, 173 and
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this is in relation to your previous slides that you created.
It's a conversation between the Banfields. It's Facebook messaging initiated by Ms. Banfield. I could,
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation. Again, we don't know who's behind the device.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. In the context of the devices, what can you?
between the accounts purporting to be from Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Banfield, it's a brief exchange about domestic logistics.
Okay. I'm sorry, and Your Honor, we already moved that in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
And this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 174. Sir, do you see that exhibit?
I do.
And what, if anything, does that exhibit tell you about the investigation into the digital forensics that you've done in this case on this particular day?
This is an artifact from Mrs. Banfield's laptop, her Lenovo laptop. It indicates that Telegram was started and in use between midnight and 12:42 a.m. On the morning of the 21st.
Okay, and Telegram, the three accounts that we're talking about, what are they?
There's the suspect Gmail account, the CBRN 920. There's the FetLife account, and there's the Telegram account.
Okay, and how do they link back up now that the Telegram account is involved?
Well, again, it's how they were used, that they sort of one led to the other, which led to the other. So the way Telegram links up is it was sort of referred, like, let's move this conversation on FetLife over to Telegram. So it's an extension of what was going on in FetLife. It doesn't really stand alone to my, from what I investigated. And FetLife, of course, ties back to the Gmail account. So they're all just linked in that manner.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 174.
Any objection?
No objection.
174.
Mr. Litsky, the jury's going to see that now. Is there any additional explanation that you need to point out for them now that the exhibit's in front of them?
No, you might see the activity type, app use focus. That's just Windows' way of reporting which app is brought to the front when you're using a computer. So you can have multiple programs open or multiple windows open, and Windows records which one is where.
And so the duration that you're talking about, is that known based upon this artifact?
It is. So this was a 42-minute use episode of Telegram.
So that's a Telegram
I'm
call.
gonna go to the
That's
next
weird.
slide, which would be
Yeah.
Exhibit 175.
So how did they do that on video? I wonder.
And sir, have you seen this exhibit?
I have.
And in fact, is this data that you've compiled?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 175.
Judge, I am going to object. This lacks foundation. It appears all of the column headers have been removed, so I don't know what information has been filtered.
Sustain as a foundation.
Sir, in compiling this exhibit, what is it that you did and where did you get it from?
This is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, and this is her Google Chrome, which is a web browser, Google's web browser, web activity. So site visitation, website visits between 12:09 a.m. and 12:27 a.m. on the early morning of the 21st of February.
Okay, and so Ms. Sands mentioned that she doesn't know what the columns are. Can you provide guidance as to what those columns are as to this document?
Sure, from left to right. It's the website visited, date, time, sort of the title of the website. Web pages actually have a title of what they are. I think visit count, how it was reached, whether it was typed or clicked on a link is what I mean by that. Whether it was native to device or synced, and just talking about which what data point this came from at the end.
Your Honor, I move that in as Commonwealth Defense Exhibit 176
175.
or 175.
Judge, I do still have a foundation objection with regard to the date and time. I believe we're missing columns that typically appear in this view in the native software.
Date and time foundation.
Is there any modification of date and time to this column, different than what you received?
No, this is in local time. It's down to the second. That's all I can say.
I'd renew my motion.
And I'm sorry if I can clarify, it's not a modification of the data within the column, it's that there are missing columns for additional in-out activity, the additional columns of date and time of the cessation of the interaction.
Start, is it start time? end time?
This just represents when the website was visited, first visited, if that helps clarify.
No objection, Judge.
All right, 175 in evidence.
And sir, if you could, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, explain what this is.
This is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device. This is website visitation from, as reported by Chrome, and within the device that occurred between 12:09 a.m. and 12:27 a.m. on the morning of February 21st, 2023. It's what I would call benign as a substance. I didn't see anything in here related to the case per se. It's more for awareness of, there was some human using this device at that time, and these were the websites that they were browsing to.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide. That would be Exhibit 176. Sir, can you see that
I can.
slide?
Yes.
And what, if anything, is it showing, and what's it from?
So this is from Mrs. Banfield's Windows laptop, her Lenovo laptop. And this is also a website visitation record. It's from 12:24 a.m. on the 21st. This correlates to one that was on her phone as well, identically with substance and time. And for me, that's informative.
And does this align with your pattern analysis as to her devices
In terms
in
of
terms of time?
usage, well,
Usage.
yes, this device has been in use for the entirety of this event so far since we began.
I'm
This
sorry, I didn't ask the question properly. I think you testified before that you did a time analysis as to when she would use this device throughout the year.
And again, I'll draw.
That's what I was aiming for.
Yes,
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
with a historical pattern of life analysis that I performed on all of the devices, not just Ms. Banfield's, this would be one of those informative artifacts. It's in the window of time that I observed sustained over an extended period of months.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide, which will be 177.
All right.
Sir, can you look at the slide that's before you and tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
And where did you get this message from?
This is part of the Telegram production from discovery in this investigation.
Okay, and is this a portion of the exhibit that the Commonwealth has already moved in?
It is. Should restate just for confusion. Telegram doesn't produce any records. This was obtained by Detective Miller as part of his device analysis.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit
Any
177.
objection?
No objection.
177.
So if you can, once the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see it, what's the significance of this message chain in the context of the date that we're talking about?
So this is a continuation of the exchanges we saw earlier. The message on the top left, and if you recall the details of the conversations we saw earlier, there was discussion about being nervous in anticipation of a call, the voice call. So the first two messages are, just leading up to the call, and the third on the lower left reflects the call itself. It was an incoming call because this is from the perspective of Mr. Ryan's device, which was the origination of this material. So it was incoming from his perspective. And you can see the duration there is just shy of 42 minutes. And all of these are UTC as stated.
So we need to do some math.
5 hours. One of them's easy.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 178. Sir, what's the significance of this relating to your digital forensics analysis?
So this is Telegram app usage, again, from Mrs. Banfield's laptop computer.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 178.
Any objection?
No objection.
178.
Yeah,
Sir,
this is,
can you point out the significant portions of
Oh,
this?
that's
that
so
made it to your slide
agonizing.
today?
Well, obviously Telegram is one of the 3 accounts that were instrumental in this investigation. Any usage of Telegram on Ms. Banfield's device or any of the devices is significant. This one happens to kick off again just after the phone call or the Telegram voice call. So we saw that kicking off almost at midnight on the nose, lasting for 42 minutes, just short of 42 minutes. This one activates or kicks off. The usage of Telegram again kicks off at 12:42 a.m. on the 21st, and it only lasts for under 3 minutes or under 3 minutes. Just a very brief usage of Telegram.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
And I believe that's Defense Exhibit 179. Sir, do you recognize that slide?
I do.
And what is the slide? What does this represent?
This is a continuation of the Telegram exchange.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 179.
Any objection?
No objection.
179.
And what are the significant portions of this message relating to your forensic analysis of this day?
For me, the most significant aspect of this is the time and what it corroborates. So a moment ago, and this has been true about what we've seen with Telegram usage on the laptop corresponding with a conversation from another device. So on the slide previous, we saw Telegram.
Judge, I would object to the categorization of another device. There's been no foundation laid to suggest that this is coming from a separate device than the one that had the message indicating that Telegram had been interacted
I
with.
will sustain the objection.
Sir, what are the devices that you've analyzed as part
Judge
of
asked and answered. We know how many devices there are.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm sorry, I thought that the foundation was for devices.
He was talking about another device, so that's the question.
Okay.
Good objections. Because now it kind of leaves them adrift.
In your digital forensic analysis, what were the devices that you relied upon in order to,
Same objection.
Sustain.
what device is it that you're talking about?
The other device I referenced was from Mr. Ryan's cell phone, which I believe to be the source of these extracted messages that performed by Detective Miller.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, sure.
He's going to say, Judge, this is fucking killing me here. Why are you being an asshole? And they're just asking, they're doing
Just
good
continue that
objections
device.
here.
Okay. Now, we've gone through a series of slides.
You guys don't think this is at
Your Honor, this is in,
1.25? Here. Here.
Is it in evidence? Okay, sorry.
We'll play this at normal speed.
In terms of the Telegram discussion
See how slow
and
this
the
is?
timeframes leading up to
See how slow that is? This is at normal speed.
it, based upon your digital forensic
We're going back to 1.35, chat. We'll die if we don't.
analysis, did you reach any sort of conclusion as to what was the communications during this evening?
I reached
Hi, Vodka Blood. Hey, guys.
a few potential conclusions, yes.
Okay. And was it based upon your analysis of the digital forensics that you've analyzed to create this evidence?
Yes, it wasn't exclusive to Telegram, however.
Okay. Can you opine about what your conclusions are?
I can, is it possible to go back to the fourth slide?
Absolutely.
It might help for contextually.
I'm going to just go back, sir, and just tell me where to stop.
Judge, can we identify an exhibit number, please?
I don't know which one it is yet until the rolling slides stop.
Is that the slide?
If you could go back one or two more, please,
Back, same direction? or
Yeah.
The other way?
towards the start. Okay.
Is this the slide you're talking about?
Yes, this one and the one immediately after this.
What exhibit number is this?
Your Honor, I believe this would be 162.
No, Judge, this is 160.
I'm sorry, say it again.
160.
160.
Sir, you're referencing defense exhibit number 160.
Yes.
And what's the significance of that toward your conclusions?
So for this and the next 3 or 4 slides, the respective devices, I can't speak to the people holding them, but for a time at the beginning of this event window, the main devices of the three involved parties were in three different places, is one of the inferences I draw from the data that I analyzed. That is important if you advance, maybe one slide, please.
161.
Yes, thank you. So that's important because at this particular time here with this slide at 10:58 and 24 seconds, Ms. Banfield's computer is logging in to her email, an email account associated with Mrs. Banfield. So at this time, neither Mr. Banfield's nor Ms. Magalhães' devices are present in the house. So the conclusion I draw from that is that there was only one related party to this investigation at home at the time. So the laptop
Judge,
is.
objection, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
We'll just leave it at that. Is
Okay.
there another, do you wish for me to show the other slides?
You can move forward one, two, sorry.
Two.
Yeah, if you can go one.
That would be
Sorry.
164, I
Well,
believe, Judge.
one more, my apologies.
One more back.
No, keep going forward.
Okay. 165?
No, one more.
Is that what, I'm sorry, Tracy.
That's 164.
Okay, so 165.
I'm sorry. I'll let you know when we're there. There. If you go back to the blue screen, please.
Yes,
So-
sir.
166. That's 166.
Yes. Is that what you?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
166, thank you.
Sorry for the journey. So again, bless you, this tells me that we have, what I see is Ms. Banfield's laptop is in use with a remote access to a website associated with her work. The activity on this device began while other devices weren't in the house.
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustain, we need to stick to devices.
Okay.
I thought I said devices.
You said other people in the house.
I thought I said other devices in the house.
You said devices.
My apologies.
Well, let's just say what you meant to say, and then we'll.
So this is the current time when other relevant devices are not in the house. And the
And
activity.
Judge, I'm going to object as to foundation. This slide indicates that the website is a Chrome last tab. The witness is assuming that it's being interacted with, but that is inaccurate from the information on the screen. I do not believe he's laid any foundation to suggest that there is an actual interaction with this website occurring at 11:07.
Foundation.
Okay. Sir, what was the basis for, this is already in evidence, correct? Aaron?
It is.
Yes.
What is your basis for your assertion?
It's
that
kind of a
this
shitty
was a
objection
login
to sustain.
and access?
It's a fair point. I can't tell what happened past this. I cannot tell if a user went forward with accessing the site beyond just visiting, just getting to the page.
Okay. And I'm sorry, so continue, you were.
Yeah, so the last inference that I drew from this
But it
this
happened
evening
while
is,
they were gone.
again, this particular device, the laptop, activity began on it at a time when other relevant devices were not present in the house. That activity continued on through.
Judge, I'm going to object to his mischaracterization of the evidence. His previous testimony was that the phone belonging to Juliana Perez Magalhães connected to the home network at 11:06, which would be 1 minute before this interaction. So other devices were not.
Sustain the objection, if you want to clarify.
What time did the phone, Juliana Perez Magalhães' phone connect?
If you want to back up one slide, I think we'll see that at just shy of 11:07. If you want to back up just one more, please.
It's 165, and now we're looking at 164.
Sorry,
Too far.
back one more. There,
Sorry, is that right?
yes.
Okay,
What exhibit number is that?
that would be exhibit number 160,
161.
161.
160.
So the activity, not particular to that website visit, but the activity, the laptop was in use prior to the arrival of other relevant devices. So a human was using this laptop while other humans' devices were not, while other devices were not present. So I see the session, the use session, as an extension. So from where it begins to where it ends, what I'm looking for in this particular investigation.
And I'm going to object to the testimony. I don't believe that it calls for speculation. I don't believe that he can identify when the use ends.
All right, I'll sustain as a speculation. Next question.
How can you determine when a session ends?
Well, for the period of activity that I analyzed, perhaps it's when I ended it or I stopped noting it versus when it actually ended. But we just look at, cessation of user-driven activity.
And is that what you relied upon in arriving at your opinion?
It is. I don't believe I marked in this demonstrative when that, I can't say for certain the last activity that I put into this demonstrative corresponds with the actual last user activity.
And so
What?
in this demonstrative, it says 10:58,
That's kind of sketch.
24.
Well, this is on the front end of the session. And I guess just to get to the point, if I can, the activity begins, we have device separation, activity beginning, activity continuing, without what I would consider a break.
And objection calls for foundation.
Sustain as the foundation.
What do you look at when you're determining whether there's a break in communication on the device?
A period of inactivity, and that's, that's subjective, as I said earlier, right? 10 or 15 minutes could be significant enough for what we're talking about. But if you scroll forward, and I apologize, I'm just gonna have to stop you when you get there. There.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that?
Your Honor, I believe this is 169, 168,
I have 168.
168.
Okay.
Yes, sir. This is the slide that you wanted to go to?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the significance of this slide?
So we can see the start and end times here. This instance of Telegram began at 11:09 p.m. and ran right through up until midnight, which is the time where the voice call occurred and a different session was engaged. So this I see as a period of sustained activity.
Again, objection foundation, Judge. You can't say who was interacting. The message was received.
Sustain.
Thank you.
How can you arrive at that conclusion? What did you review and what do you base your opinion on?
Well, we saw from the Telegram conversation snippets that they occurred within this window. So that is the activity I was referring to.
And those are the items that were introduced into evidence?
They were.
The green and blue slides that have been introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Do you need to reference those?
I don't, if we want to confirm they were within this window of activity, that's fine, but I believe they were.
Okay, let's move to 169. Is that one of the conversations?
It is.
Move to 170. Is that one of the conversations?
Yes.
And can you see the timing there? Does that fit within what you've been testifying to?
It does. These are all between 11:09 and midnight after the math.
Interesting. I'll have to go look at it.
You're identifying 177. Is that one of the conversations?
This
Okay.
this is as well one of the conversations. The
Interesting.
top left conversation is at 11:52 and 56 seconds,
I can see that.
11:53 p.m. So it's in that window of 11:09 to midnight that I referenced. The second two are in different instances of Telegram's activation on the laptop, and I think they're either right before or right after this slide. I think before. Right. So.
You're referencing 179. Is this one of the conversations?
It is.
And Your Honor, has this been moved into
Yes,
evidence?
179 is
Okay.
noticed.
And sir, would you like me to show the other conversations?
Well, just that for the corroboration effect, we can see the blue conversation bubble occurred at essentially midnight, 12:44 a.m. on the 21st. If you go back one slide, you'll see the associated Telegram activity when the Telegram app was open on the laptop.
Okay. And that's what you just described on this particular exhibit is in UTC time.
Correct. So it's just corroboration. We have Telegram activity on the laptop, and we have a Telegram conversation occurring contemporaneous to each of the instances of activation of Telegram use.
And I can go back to the other slide that you were referencing.
If you think it would be helpful, I'm fine.
Sir, what were your conclusions based upon your digital forensic analysis of February 20th, 2023.
I didn't see anything here to suggest device takeover. I didn't see anything here to suggest misattribution.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Eagle Eric, I don't see, I'm just scrolling through this. I don't see myself on here. Where in the episode was I? Just saying.
Sir, do you see the first slide there?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 180. Sir, can you identify this slide?
This is a
Pretty much,
screenshot
that's the
or
argument.
snippet
That this
of
all happened because
responsive material provided by Google
which is really weird.
related to the suspect alleged email account.
Doesn't make any sense.
Sir, have we gone
I
through
don't,
this?
I don't buy it.
I believe these may have been shown to Detective Miller as well.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 180.
I believe it's already in evidence. under Detective
I know
Miller.
we've seen it. I can't recall if he held off on admitting it, though. And we absolutely spoke about it with Detective Miller.
I'm just going back to see it, but
I'm not certain that it was admitted, Judge, but I definitely recognize it.
I think it was 116 is what I have for it.
I'm gonna have to round.
Does that look familiar to anybody?
Judge, I have 116 as the screenshot of CVR 921, 923 emails with subject lines. So yes, I think this has been
This is
admitted
116.
as
It
116.
is already in evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 116, so it's already in evidence.
Okay. Mr. Litsky, this has been identified as Defense Exhibit 116. Your Honor,
It's evidence.
can we,
It is.
okay. What, if anything, is this that we're seeing here?
This is account activity in the alleged suspect Gmail account. It represents 3 emails sent from the account to the account. And there were a number of photos as attachments to those emails. This activity was performed about 20 or 30 minutes after the account itself was created.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. I think that's 117.
Take a look at it. Yes, that's 117.
And sir, what is this slide intended to show? And was this part of your analysis of the digital forensics?
It was part of my analysis. This is a chronological listing of all of the account logins to the suspect alleged suspect Gmail account, beginning with the top, which was the initial login. We also have some device attribution here as well that Google captures.
And what can one conclude from looking at this?
Well, the first activity, as we've discussed already, was January 9th at 11:10 p.m. Is when this Gmail account was created. It was done so on a Android model, or I'm sorry, a Samsung model G991U device running Android 13 operating system.
And are you able to identify the device that's SMG991U?
I am aware of that device, yes.
And whose device is that?
There were 2 of those devices.
Yeah, just so you guys are aware, there is no court tomorrow, but they expected that. The judge realized court was going to be closed at least tomorrow, maybe Tuesday as well.
Encountered only, or I think analyzed, one of which was a government device that did not contain data, and the other was Ms. Banfield's device.
Judge, I'm going to object to the statement based on foundation stating the IRS fund did not contain data, I think is a misstatement.
All right, to stay into the foundation.
Okay, what makes you say that the IRS phone did not contain the data?
I should have qualified with relevant data. Government phones, and this was true of mine at Department of Justice, are highly restricted.
Judge, I'm going to object as to testimony about his phone. This phone,
All right.
Mr. Banfield's IRS phone, is the one we're talking about.
This phone had a number of restrictions in place. It was limited to the number of apps that could be installed and what was installed.
And how did you conclude that this was Christine Banfield's phone based upon that?
The conclusion is that this was a Samsung model phone consistent with both Mrs. Banfield's and Mr. Banfield's IRS phone.
And is there, in terms of the contents of the IRS phone, actually strike that question. Is there anything else that differentiated the 2 phones for purposes of your analysis?
Their usability is highly different. They're both phones, but again, the government phone, the IRS phone in this case, was restricted to certain apps and permitted usage.
And how do you know that?
From records provided by the IRS.
And in those records, did they give you any detail as to how it was restricted?
I remember seeing a list of both permitted apps and installed apps.
And was that as to this phone or just IRS?
That only applied to the IRS phone, not to Mrs. Banfield's phone.
Okay. You're going to move to the next slide. That would be 118.
I think it is 118, yes, 118, okay.
Sir.
It's already noted.
Yes. Have you had an opportunity to see this before?
I have.
And you were here when Detective Miller testified relating to this?
I was.
Okay. So what is this? What is the significance of this relating to your analysis?
This is just a continuation of the login activity from the prior slide. I believe this is the complete universe of logins from January 9th to the last one on February 23rd. Aside from the first one, which was from a mobile device, the rest of these are from a computer, a Windows computer, and all of them on the previous slide and this were from the Banfield's home IP address.
You're going to move to the next slide, which would be 119.
119, which is in evidence under seal.
Sir, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is?
So this is I believe it's a
And
partial.
If you'd like, I can enlarge it and then move it around.
No, it's fine as it is. This is a partial visualization of the message activity that occurred within the account. Aside from or it's inclusive of the 3 messages we saw on the first slide. This is close to 290 messages that were received by the alleged account, or the alleged suspect account. And these are varying in dates and times. I believe these were all recovered from the deleted box of the Gmail account.
And these are items that you recovered.
These were provided by Google in response to the Fairfax County Police Department search warrant.
And in terms of the deletion box, would you consider that account maintenance?
I would consider that maintaining the account, cleaning it.
And to arrive in this form, what would one have to do from the inbox?
Log in and select messages for deleted. I don't recall if these were read or unread, but it would require, generally it requires logging in, selecting messages and deleting them.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to, so that was a portion of what we showed to Detective Miller.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to jump to the other numbers.
Whatever, 180 now?
We're at 180.
Right.
And I'm just going to move 2 slides. 3 slides. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 180. Sir, what is that?
These are two login events from a Windows computer to the alleged suspect Gmail account on February 17th, about 4 minutes apart. The first at 11:19 p.m., 11:20 p.m., the second at 11:23 p.m.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 180.
Any objection?
No objection.
180?
And I'm sorry, could you please repeat that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Judge, I don't know why it bears repeating. Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'm sorry.
Asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. What if any significance to this slide to your investigation for digital forensics for this case?
Well, obviously, the Gmail account has significant relevance to this particular case. The use of the case, as discussed earlier, requires awareness that the Gmail account exists and knowledge of the password. So to log into an account, a Google account or a Gmail account, you have to first know to go find it, to go look for it, and have the password to log into it.
And how important are these kind of details as to trying to attribute device behavior?
Well, knowing where and when.
Judge, I have to object asked and answered. I think we've been over why this is relevant. We can move on.
Asked and answered, sustained.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll move on to the
let
next
them
slide.
present their fucking case. Let them present their case.
Sir, have you seen this slide?
I
This
have.
would be identified
That's
as
kind
Exhibit
of, I don't know if that's
181.
fair. Let them present their case.
I have.
And what, if anything, stands out in making this slide?
The timing, it's also on February 17th at 11:24 and 11:29 respectively p.m. And these are two outbound messages from the account purporting to be Christine Banfield.
Your Honor, I move this in as Exhibit 181.
Any objection?
No, again, if we can, right.
181?
And so the timing is significant in this situation?
Yes, this is FetLife activity contemporaneous to the Gmail account activity we saw on the prior slide. Looks like within a minute or two. So overlapping basically at the same time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to slide 182. What do we have here, sir?
So this is a snippet from the Google geofence warrant return. It's provided to indicate the location of a target device. In this case, it was Mr. Banfield's device.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Exhibit 182.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge Foundation, there are no identifiers on this document.
Foundation?
Explain how you created this slide and what specifically those items are.
So the responsive documents for this particular set of records is a spreadsheet with maybe tens of thousands of rows. The data that in this case Google collects is recurring it can be every minute or two, and it's over a period of months in this particular instance. So all I did was take a screen grab of relevant rows pertaining to this date and time from that spreadsheet.
And what date and time are you referring to?
So again, this is provided in Zulu time. So the relevant period is February 17th,
Specified yet.
2023.
I don't think you should.
Around
There's nothing to
these protected
gain.
records begin at 11:19, at 11:21, 11:27, and 11:29, which correspond back a few slides to the login to the Gmail account and the FetLife activity we just observed.
And Your Honor, I renew my motion to enter this into evidence.
Judge, still, if we're to rely upon this document, it is absent on its face of any connection to the source device.
Sustain the objection?
Sir, can you describe the first column there, what that contains?
Judge,
They're
moving
just
to
taking a
object to the
beating on
exhibit,
this.
reading the denied exhibit into evidence.
I think he's just going to identify the column.
Yes.
That's fine. Overruled.
The first column?
Sure, date and time for the starting of the log data session or logged activity.
Okay. And that's for for each of those 4 times, that column is related to the date of the start, the time of the start?
Yes,
Okay. The second column, what is that related to?
the end of that particular data capture or data logged event.
The third column, what is that for?
It's the latitude, it's the geographical position in latitude,
And the fourth column,
is the longitude.
and what does the fifth column indicate?
That's an accuracy measurement in meters, and depending on how the data was sent to Google will vary and depend on how accurate they are. If it's coming from Wi-Fi, it can be very accurate. If it's coming from cell, it's usually less. GPS can be dependent.
And is that the final column there as to what the source was?
It is.
Okay. Is there anything different about, well, Your Honor, I move this in as 182.
Judge, same objection. If we're to rely upon this evidence, it needs to have clear indication as to where it's from.
Do you have the entire, access to the entire document that you grabbed this from?
I do.
Where do you have that?
It's probably on my laptop. It's really on hard drives.
Your Honor, we'll hold off on moving that in. And I guess we'll produce a
The entire.
massive document for Ms. Sands.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Sir, do you-
being obnoxious
do you
to the
see,
prosecutor. Where did he come
picture on
from?
the
It's like
screen there?
what you gave me.
I do.
And does that relate to the previous document?
So there's gonna be a massive,
It
that's
will.
where the judge should be like, what are you doing?
We'll identify that as number 183.
All right.
And when we can produce that document, we'll move that into evidence, Judge.
Do you have any objection to 183 at this point?
No, just to the map itself, no.
You can move
Okay.
183 in.
Okay, let's move 183 in.
I mean, did the nanny plea out for a
So can you
testimony? Yes,
identify
of course.
what is contained in this slide
Of course
183?
you did.
Yes. This is just a map image of the Reston, Herndon, southern Reston, Herndon area. You can see Dulles Airport to the far left. The Banfield's residence on Stablebrook Way is approximated by the picture, the icon of the blue house towards the middle lower left. On the far right,
Objection, foundation. Judge, may we approach?
Okay, at some point here, if the prosecutor's objecting all the time, the jury notices that and it kind of looks bad. Like, what more does she want? Like, is she going to start arguing we don't know where these maps are or anything? Like,
Sir, we're going to need that other document before we go with this slide.
I mean, this is kind of getting obnoxious.
next
in my
slide.
opinion.
Is that related to the two previous? That would be Exhibit 184, Judge?
I'm still on a sort of a continuation of the map.
Okay, of the map from the previous slide.
It's,
Judge, it will draw the same objection.
Yes. Sir, let's move on to February 13th. This would be 185, I believe, Judge, identified as Exhibit 185. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to your investigation of the digital forensics on this day?
this is another two logins to the Google, the alleged suspect email account, the Gmail account, CBRN920. These took place on the morning of February 13th. Both one at 7:33 and one at 7:48, 7:49 a.m. It was a bit anomalous because most of the activity that I observed in my analysis of this account took place at night, frequently late at night. Both of these came from the Banfield residence, both of these events from a Windows computer.
And what are the relevant times there? And what's the significance of that?
7:33 a.m. and 7:49 a.m. And they were, anomalous from most of the other activity that I observed.
Sorry, I'd like to move that in as Defense Exhibit 185.
No objection.
Before you start explaining, I wanted to make sure the jury saw it. So can you explain to the jury what the significance of these two artifacts are relating to February 13th?
Judge asked and answered.
Yeah, so here are the two logins I just described. They are, bless you, they are from the home IP address. We can see that at the top of both. They're logins to the alleged suspect Gmail account. We can see that towards the bottom of each in the highlighted section. The date and time, they're both in the morning of February 13th, 2023. The first at 7:33 and 12 seconds a.m., the second at 7:48 and 41 seconds a.m. From the details, we can see nomenclature of the device-ish. We can tell from this case that was a Windows-operated computer, not a mobile device.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, can you see this slide?
I can.
Okay. And what is this something that you created?
No.
Is this something that you found through your digital forensics?
This is just a screenshot, a portion of the FetLife records.
Okay, and those are the records that have been moved into evidence?
They are, and these particular ones correspond to this date and this timeframe on the morning of the 13th.
Now, Your Honor, I move that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
No.
I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 186, if you're saying that.
186, yes. Defense.
Sir, what's the significance of these messages as it relates to the investigation of February 13th, 2023?
Just the timing, that it was contemporaneous or basically at the same time that the Gmail account activity was occurring.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Do you know what this is?
I do.
Okay, and what, if anything, what's the significance of this in terms of your investigation of February 13th?
So this is a demonstrative I created to show Mr. Banfield's devices relative position to the activity we just discussed at the residence.
That would be identified as 187. All right, I'd move to admit that into evidence.
Any objection?
There's more to this. It's got,
So perhaps maybe we move through to the completed item, because at this point it's just a map, so I'm not sure how it's relevant.
Do you object to the map coming into evidence?
No.
All right, 187 in evidence. Keep going.
Your Honor,
No, you don't
I'm gonna
object to
move
that map coming into evidence.
will
What
be
the hell?
Identified as
What the fuck?
Defense
You
188.
object to the other ones? Jesus.
Sir, what do we have here?
these are the times of the FetLife communications, the outbound FetLife communications from whomever was using the account purporting to be Mrs. Banfield, with an arrow pointing to the approximate location of the Banfield residence in Herndon.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 189.
I'm sorry, was this being offered in evidence, or we're just moving on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I move Defense Exhibit 188 into evidence.
And Judge, we would object as an improper exhibit and foundation for the same reason that Ms. Graff's
All right, I'll sustain it.
demonstratives didn't come in.
Sir, do you see the exhibit on the screen identified as Defense Exhibit 190?
189.
189, I'm sorry.
I do.
What are the reference points? Your Honor, may we approach before I ask the question?
What? Ryan's gonna ask. Well, fuck it. Just ask it. Let them bitch and moan and piss their pants over it. Oh well. Oh well. Let's see where we're at here.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to January 23rd, 2023. Mr. Litsky, have you had an opportunity to look at this slide?
I have.
And this is identified as Defense 190. And explain what this shows and how you came about this in your investigation.
This is another login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CBRN 920 account, occurring on January 23rd, 2023 at 11:22 p.m.
Your Honor, move this in as Exhibit 190.
Any objection?
No objection.
190.
And what are the significant portions of this other than the date of 123?
The date and time, the home login address, but we saw from the slides prior that all of the logins occurred from the residence. It was from a Windows computer, which we've seen before.
And this was an artifact that was obtained through a warrant return to Google?
It was.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be Defense Exhibit 191. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this something that you received in your investigation into digital forensics?
It is. These are part of the FetLife responsive records. These are outbound communications from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield's, occurring on January 23rd, 2023, about the same time as the Gmail logins we just discussed.
Your Honor, I would move this in as Exhibit 191, and I think it just should be sent to the
191.
jury.
Sealed.
As I guess, Judge, as a sealed document.
Didn't tell me that before. Is this a sealed I don't think it's a sealed document.
Judge, the entirety of the record is in evidence, not sealed.
Okay, I just was trying to. And sir, what exactly is, tell us about this artifact for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, so as stated, these are two outbound communications from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield's, both on January 23rd, 2023, the first at 11:28 p.m., the second at 11:35 p.m.
And Your Honor, that's been moved into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 192. Sir, can you identify this?
Yes, I can. This is more Google geolocation records associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device.
Okay. Is this part of the document that you clipped out of?
It is the same spreadsheet.
I'll hold off on amending it, Judge.
Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon recess, and then maybe you can get that document for me?
May I speak to him about the document?
Yes, you can speak about the document. Any objection to that?
No, Your
So
Honor,
you can-
specifically, he's not asking about this document. He's asking to retrieve the base document for this
Right, he
data.
says he has the base document for all of
Understood.
these.
No
so
objection to
we can
that.
talk to him about that, so he can get that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
All right, let's take our 15-minute recess, not talk to anybody, go to the outside research. We'll see you back at 3:45.
Of course, thank you, Judge.
Good catch by the attorney to make sure, hey, we're on the same page for that, because that could easily come back to bite them in the ass.
All right, so you can talk to him about getting the large geo-tracking document, okay?
Of course. Do we want the FetLife documents?
I don't,
Doesn't mean
but you
anything.
can talk to them about that. I'm not even, okay, 3:45.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so gonna get some documents here, and then we're in the home stretch for Friday. Chat, we are looking good. Anybody else convinced? Like, has anybody been convinced that they're not guilty? Because right now, this has done nothing but kind of like, okay, yeah, kind of maybe, but that's not enough. That's really not enough at this point. Not a House defendant says, who is a suspect in the testimony, Brendan or Christine? I'm confused. It'd be Brendan. Well, when they say the suspect device, I think they're trying to say like the device in question. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, some of this is weird. Like that 45-minute Zoom call is weird, but there's a bunch of it now. It seems like it's been kind of like, okay, maybe stuff happened, but like, I don't know any, like, yeah. Legal Eagles crying over latest shooting. I mean, I'm upset with it. It sounds like they yanked the gun out of his hand, like they took the gun out of his holster, and some guy in the middle of the scrum started screaming, gun, and they all started going like, ah, gun, and they started shooting. That's kind of like, because who fired the shot? I think it's the 320 they pulled out of the guy's waistband. Now, that said, should you go around and start scuffle at the cops while carrying a gun? No, because this is what happens. So, yeah, I just, yeah, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. There'd be nothing he'd be very happy about, and our Legal Eagle would be very happy about. So, Mobka says, I never assume guilt. I understand you never assume guilt, but if the defense ended right now, is he guilty or not guilty? I'm thinking he's guilty. Like, I have seen nothing to convince me at this point. So, oh, it's very ugly, but lawful. So, though he'd probably, oh yeah, he probably did a jig for Ashley Babbitt. It's Legal Eagle. Trust that queef bait. Look at this judge. Here we go.
Headers included, so they track.
Uh-oh.
I don't need narrative, Mr. Carroll.
Not in the remaining.
Okay, so if you could get back to the stand, that's fine. Are you satisfied with what you're still missing some information? Okay. Mr. Carroll, how much more do you have with this witness? Because you have a remote witness that's been sitting there all day, waiting to testify, and if I have to take him out of turn.
I just talked to him, Judge. And I told him we may not be done.
But I would like to do that witness,
Would you?
even if
Okay.
we have to take him out of turn. I assume your cross-examination is not going to be long. I just need to get you through your direct.
Okay.
So,
Have you already notified him?
no, we haven't notified him.
Yeah,
but
that's fine. I'm fine.
I
with
just
that.
want, I mean, he's been sitting there all day and I'd rather get him done. He's worried about, I think, losing electricity next week. I mean, there's just issues that
Right.
I don't want to
Okay.
stress your witness out and try to get them done today.
That's fine, Judge. I literally just talked to him and said, I'm not sure yet. So that's fine. I'm
Okay.
happy to do that.
How
That's
much
very
more- how many more
interesting.
questions do you need?
Well, we
Very
have a couple of days to go.
Ascarate's very considerate. Judge Ascarate's very considerate about wanting to make sure this gets done. It gets done right because like that. Yeah, this guy might lose electricity since he's remote. Oh, I think it's brilliant thoughts by her about planning this out. So
Through, Judge. So we're probably maybe hour and a half, 2 hours from now.
Well, then we need to stop with him and do your remote witness. If
Okay.
that's okay with everybody. All right, you can have a seat. Let's go ahead and get the remote witness.
And
yes,
Let's get him up before we bring him back
Ascarate.
in. And we'll just have to take him out of turn. And that way by, whenever we come back up the
Ascarate.
snow, maybe you'll have all your exhibits in line, streamlined, and you'll have all the geo-tracking information that's needed for that
and
foundation.
he'll be able to work on that.
Okay, so we can do that, so he can finish after that. I assume this witness we can get done before 5?
I believe we can.
Okay. Do you have any objection to that?
No.
Ms. Sands? Okay. I'd rather just do that because this remote witness is, there might be a lot of ice in their area, and so they don't know if they'll have electricity. So,
Might be a lot of ice. They might get
Okay.
deported.
and I'll just explain it to the jury once. Or do you have any exhibits to show this witness online? Well, I'm just asking if you have exhibits. Okay, we'll just get somebody from IT here too to help you to do that, so your witness can see does your witness have a copy of your exhibits? Have you emailed?
Yeah, they were what he
So he would already know which ones you're referring to, correct?
yes.
All right. Can you pull the screen up, please? This one? Yeah. No, it's over here.
Okay, come on.
Numbered, so I don't.
Mr. Guerrero, can you hear me, sir?
Ugh. Okay, that is cool. I didn't remember
Yes, sir.
seeing this
Okay.
before.
All right. We're just gonna wait for the jury to come in and then I'll swear you in, sir, okay? And once I swear you in, we'll change the position.
Man, where I'm at, we're poor. We're poor. We don't have this kind of stuff. Wow.
Of the monitor, so you'll be able to see Mr. Carroll, okay?
Wow, man.
Okay.
All right.
We're poor as fuck out here in Ohio.
All right, want to bring the jury back in? We ready for
Oh,
the jury?
buddy.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, no. We po, folks. Yeah, Max Headroom enters the... I don't recall this coming out during the Johnny Depp trial. We have a TV on a cart, yes. A TV on a rolly cart, like a hand cart. Although Phil would get mad if he said that. Oh my God.
All right. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What we're going to do is we're going to, sometimes things happen in trials. We need to switch things up a little bit and take things out of turn. So what we're going to do now is we're going to come back to the last expert that you had the next time we meet, okay? And we'll come back to his direct testimony and we'll go through the rest of his testimony at that time. What we have now is a remote witness that has been waiting all day, and he's in an area that is going to be impacted out of state with the weather. So I want to make sure we got him today. Not that I'm hoping he doesn't lose electricity anytime in the next few days, but we just want to make sure we got him in for you. So we're just going to take him out of turn, okay? All right, so you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd call Nick Barrero.
All right, Mr. Barrero, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Mr. Barrero, can you hear me? This is John Carroll.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Sir, can you state your name, spelling it for the court reporter that we have here?
Yeah, sure. It's Nick Barrero, Nick. last is Barreiro.
And sir, what is your area of discipline as an expert?
I'm an audio video forensic analyst.
And can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of your background that allows you to become an audio visual analyst?
Sure. I spent 15 years in law enforcement in California before founding my own media forensics firm. And I've been doing this type of work full time for the past a little over 5 years now.
And do you have any training, specific training that allows you to be an expert in this area?
I do. I've attended a lot of specialized trainings. I received my certification as a certified audio video forensic analyst through the Electronic Technicians Association. I've also done training with the FBI. I'm a member of the Digital Imaging and Video Recovery Team through the FBI. I've done training specifically on all of the software that I use in my work, both for enhancement and analysis of any sort of recorded evidence. I've taken a lot of classes through the University of Colorado at Denver, which is kind of the gold standard for media forensics training, and lots of other vendors. I've done a lot of specialized training.
And how long, and let me ask you this, are you part of, I think you mentioned an organization that you're part of? Are there any other organizations that you're involved with related to your specialty?
Yes, I'm an active member of the International Association for Identification. I'm an active member of the Audio Engineering Society and the Electronic Technicians Association International, who provided the certification for the audio video forensic analyst certification.
Now, do you, with that experience, do you train other people that are in your discipline?
I have trained law enforcement professionals in the proper way of handling and analyzing digital evidence. I've trained security professionals. I haven't trained anybody specifically that does exactly what I do. I haven't trained any of my competition, if you will, but I've trained a lot of other related individuals.
My
Okay, and have you
competition, I don't
testified in
train
court
them.
relating to your findings.
My
and
competition's gay. They're
I have.
losers.
I've
how many times
testified
would you
in-
estimate?
I've testified in court since I left law enforcement. I testified many times while I was a police officer and a detective, but since I left law enforcement and I've been doing this full time, I've testified about 30 times. About half of those were in depositions, and about half of those were in trials like this one or other sort of court hearings.
And have you been qualified as an expert in those courts that you've testified?
I have.
And how many times have you been qualified in the courts that you've attended?
All of them.
Okay.
I've never not been qualified as an expert.
And what states have you been qualified in?
Ooh, I wouldn't be able to give you an exhaustive list off the top of my head, but a lot of states.
Okay, have you ever been qualified? Well, you're in Tennessee, correct?
I am.
Have you ever been qualified in Tennessee?
I have been, yes.
Have you ever been qualified in Virginia?
I believe so, but don't quote me on that. Again,
Okay.
I don't recall. A lot of my testimony
Judge, if I
is
may.
remote like this.
We'll stipulate to his qualifications
Okay.
as an expert.
Do you want to move him in as expert in
Yes.
audio video analysis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, wow.
I'd
They
move,
must think they could fucking
Mr.
hammer
Barrero
him
as an
at
expert
some
in
point
audio
then.
video analysis for the record.
Well, that's
All right, so
nice.
moved.
Mr. Barrero, calling your attention to the case that you worked on for, or the Banfield case. What specific
Yes, sir.
digital evidence did you receive for your examination?
I received 2 digital files. One was a 911 recording. It was just a short recording, an audio recording of a 911 call. And then I also received a longer recording. It was an exemplar recording titled Lily 3 Original, and it contained sounds of a dog barking, whining, that sort of stuff.
And can you explain to the court what an exemplar is?
Sure.
And the
So
ladies and gentlemen of
in,
the jury.
yeah, absolutely. So in forensic analysis, often we are using exemplars as a comparison. A known sample, such as this Lily recording is an exemplar because it's a known recording of this dog named Lily.
Judge, at this time,
That is now.
excuse me, sir, I'm sorry. I would object to the testimony of a known recording. I don't believe he's laid any foundation to show that he knows anything about the recording.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you hear that, sir?
I did.
So what I was just asking you is what an exemplar was. And
Yeah. So
go ahead.
sorry. Yes. In general, an exemplar recording is a known recording of known origin that can then be used as a point of comparison against an unknown or a questioned recording.
Can you briefly explain what a hash value is and why it's important for forensic integrity?
Yes, a hash value is like a digital fingerprint or a digital file. It's a unique value that is calculated on the file. It's not part of the file itself. It's calculated using every bit of data that's in the file. So because it's a really complicated mathematical algorithm that is done to the file, if any one single bit of data is changed within the file, the hash value changes. So hash values are what we use to uniquely identify digital evidence like this. And I calculated the hash values for the recordings in this case so that we can just verify that I used the exact unaltered copies of the original evidence that you have there in court.
Okay, thank you. If I could just ask you a little bit about your methodology.
Yes, sir.
What are the terms critical listening, waveform, and spectrographic analysis? Can you explain those terms to us?
Sure. Critical listening is it's a very
It's listening
detailed,
that's critical.
repeated review of the audio data using high quality professional headphones and on a professional forensic workstation. And that's done usually it's done in conjunction, kind of hand in hand with waveform and spectrographic analysis. And waveform and spectrographic analysis it's a way to visualize the audio data that you're actually hearing in the headphones. So the waveform, I think most people are familiar with what the waveform looks like. It's a squiggly line going from left to right across the screen, and it represents the volume or the amplitude of an audio signal over time. Whereas the spectrogram does the same from left to right. It represents the same sort of a timeline, but it also adds a third component, which is the frequency or the pitch that is present in the recording.
And sir, what does a spectrogram show us that our ears might miss?
So
Vodka blood for Ted Sobs. Vodka blood, thank you. Hope you're doing well out there. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hope all you guys out on the East Coast, I mean, really, I hope everybody out there is doing okay, because this, guys, be safe out there. You're going to laugh if he pulls up an Audacity screen cap. That'd be funny. Yeah, that'll be funny here.
the spectrogram visually separates the sound that your ear hears as just one continuous sound. The spectrogram visually separates that sound into its frequency components. So higher frequencies are at the top of the spectrogram, lower frequencies are at the bottom of the spectrogram. And it allows us to kind of see past the noise or overlapping sounds in a recording. You can look at it like the difference between taking a bite of cake and you taste cake. You know, most people know what cake tastes like. But this allows us to not only taste the cake, but it allows us to separate that into its individual components, right? The flour, the butter, the sugar, all the ingredients. That's kind of what the spectrogram does, is it separates out the audio signal into its component frequencies.
And in preparing your report, did you create figure or examples of this?
I did.
Okay.
Spectrograms for both the exemplar recording and for the 911 recording.
And do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. Is that possible to share your screen? I don't know how.
No. Do you have his report?
I do.
Then you can share your screen.
Okay.
She's like,
I'm gonna open up the
you
analysis
share your
report.
screen.
Okay.
Judge, just to move things along, we are going to object to the witness's report being offered in evidence. If there are specific photographs or diagrams he wishes to reference, those would be fine. The report, no.
That's what I'm referring to now, Judge.
I know you're referring to the report, but I guess the question is, what are you going to glean from referring to the report? Because she's saying she's going to object to it coming into evidence.
Well, there are examples of what he's speaking about that would be
Well,
instructive.
I'm sure he remembers his report. If he doesn't, he can refresh his memory by looking
Okay.
at it.
I was just, okay. Mr. Barrero, what is fundamental frequency?
If you can turn your laptop off, or just so we can.
Turn it off.
That's okay. That's fine. Go ahead. We're good. We're good. Go ahead, ask your question.
Are you there, Mr.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Barrero?
go ahead. Yes.
What is fundamental frequency?
And I'm sorry, I missed it. Are we able to show any diagram or any of
No.
the images?
No, we're
Am I able to
gonna
show the images.
we're gonna rely upon your recollection.
Okay. So if you were able to see the spectrogram, again, you have the higher frequencies at the top of the screen, lower frequencies at the bottom of the screen. The fundamental frequency is basically the lowest line in that spectrogram, and it represents the kind of the baseline pitch of any sound. So I don't know them off the top of my head, but every musical note on the scale has a specific pitch that is the definition of that note, and that is the fundamental frequency of that note. And that's symbolized as F0 in diagrams that you'll see of a spectrogram. F0 is the fundamental frequency.
Okay, sir, have you listened to the items of evidence that you received for examination recently?
I have.
Okay, and would you, if I play them, would you recognize those?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I think you had referenced the Lily 3 as an exemplar recording.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to play that for you now.
Is that already in evidence?
No, it is not, Judge, and we would object.
Okay, so let's mark it. And what's the objection?
Foundation.
All right, we're going to mark it. There's objection to foundation.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's next? 183. 183. I was going to, I'm sorry? 193. 193. Okay, I'll mark it as 193. But the objection is foundation.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, did you hear the exemplar 911 call?
You can't play it. Sir, you want to approach Mr.
F-Zero is a Nintendo game, sir. Yes, it is. Libby says he's coming off as unprepared. No, I mean, like, it's a lot of technology and stuff. I don't know. I mean, there's only so much you can do here, so. Doesn't matter. Ellen Jackson wouldn't be doing much better, ultimately, I would argue. So. He's just like, hello.
Mr. Carroll, if we can continue, I have a juror that needs to leave at 5, please. So can we continue? Okay.
What the fuck was you doing, bud?
Sir, are you familiar with the exemplar 911 concatenated wave?
I am. Yes, I created that file.
Okay, and did you create that off of the 911 call that was provided to you for examination?
Yes, it's a concatenation. It's a combination of the 911 call and the exemplar.
Sir, we're gonna play the first exemplar of the first 911 call, or the only 911 call that you received.
Is this exhibit 1
This would be
or exhibit?
it would be exhibit 193
No, I
or
mean,
194.
I thought we were playing the 911 tape that was already in evidence. Exhibit
Oh,
1.
it is the same
So
one.
all right, then we can play Commonwealth's 1.
If we can be completely clear, the witness just testified that he made a concatenated recording. That's the overlay of the
Okay.
not admitted exhibit on top of the 911 call. If counsel's asking to play Commonwealth's exhibit 1, the admitted 911 call, no objection.
Okay. Are you going to play the exhibit 1?
I'm going to play the first 911 call.
Not something that he created, but
Not
the
something he
original-
created.
The original
something-
911 call.
Something that was provided to him from our discovery.
And that's what you're going to play now is
Yes.
just that one?
Yes.
Any objection?
As long as the one that he provided to his witness is the same as was admitted in evidence, no objection.
Well, I'm happy to play the one that's admitted in evidence, but this is the one that I received from discovery. So,
So
I
it should
would
be the same
assume-
one then.
Should be the
Okay,
same.
so Commonwealth's 1. Let's play Commonwealth's 1.
sir, can you hear this?
So they're getting to fighting now.
If we can't hear it, he can't hear it. We shouldn't have to see it.
Whoa. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Whoa.
Thank you, sir.
I'm trying to play this file.
Whoa. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Yes, I think that should be pretty much like, is this what I sent you and all that? But I don't know what he's doing here. I'm not going to give him too much shit for that. That's not really that big a deal. No, I don't blame her because she's making sure he's not introducing bullshit that can't be misconstrued. So no, that's not actually a problem on her part. She's defending her case.
I can just play it.
I mean, I have IT here to help him as well.
$47, $32. Service County 911, where's emergency? Hello, Service County 911. February 24, 2023, 7:47, 39.
Sir, were you able to hear that?
I was.
Now,
The T guys are on call. Damn.
that 911 call was the comparison to Lily 3 that you had received, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you do with just the 911 call?
So the 911 call can be broken up into 3 separate parts. The beginning is the dispatch. Well, it's an automated voice talking about the date and time, and then it's the dispatcher's voice answering the call. And there's a little bit of background noise during that when the dispatcher's answering. And then there's this brief, it's about 1.5 seconds. I think it's 1.4 seconds of what could be a groaning sound. And that is really the only portion of the recording that I did anything with. So I ignored the automated voice at the beginning and the dispatcher answering the call. I used the 1.4 seconds after that before the end of the call, which is the dispatcher asking again if there's somebody on the line, and then the automated voice again, and it ends. So it's really just that 1.4 seconds in the middle of the call where that apparent groaning sound is that I focused on in that recording.
Okay. There's been a foundation objection relating
Move your
to.
microphone back up. Move your microphone. Thank you.
There's been a foundation objection relating to the Lily 3 file that you've received. So we're going to have to get evidence as to the foundation before we can continue on with your examination.
Okay.
I'm not certain when that will be, but are you willing to get back on at the appropriate time?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there any cross-examination based on?
Not at this time.
All right,
Your Honor, I would at this time continue on with our previous examination and have
All right.
Mr. Barrero come back in.
on call.
when the
Okay,
time's
Mr.
appropriate.
Barrera, we'll call you again when we need you, okay, sir?
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
Your Honor, if you could admonish him that he's subject to recall and can't discuss his testimony.
Right. You are subject to recall, sir. You're kind of in the middle of your testimony at this moment, I guess, in a way. So you really can't talk to anybody in the case to include the defense team at this point, because it seems like he suspended your testimony, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
What the hell?
Thank you, guys.
What's going on here?
Your Honor, in terms of speaking with him, can I speak to him about the timing of when he may be testifying again?
Well, yeah,
Without,
we'll take care of that. We
Okay.
have his email now and everything. so
Yeah,
let us
this
know.
is. I'm not impressed here.
Make sure you set up.
okay,
Okay,
thank you.
just give us enough lead.
I'm
time
not
to do
impressed.
that.
This is. I mean, like, yeah.
All right, want to come back to this in a moment? Can you get that back off? I'm hoping.
I like how the TV is going to go.
Finish.
Like, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, though, chat. I'm just saying.
You're going the wrong way.
It's a whole lot of nothing. Well, they don't have a whole lot here. This case is pretty weak at the end of the day for the defense. Yeah, because I try to give people the benefit of the doubt because I've been there before when things haven't been right. But yeah, at this point, I'm not very impressed. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt once I did. Is Banfield out on bond or is he in the jail? Does anybody know? The prosecution is resting too much on the defendant who has everything to gain. I mean, kind of, but that's, I still think it's going to be enough for a jury. It's pretty powerful shit. Because if they had any evidence that Joseph Ryan was like going to murder her or anything like that, they probably would have brought it up on the defense already. So that's just my thought.
Sir, do you see the slide on the screen?
I do.
Okay, I believe that was something that we were going to provide additional report, which we'll be able to do. Let me move on to number 20.
What exhibit number?
He's been held without bond since his arrest. Okay, well, he better enjoy those bottles of water because that's all he's getting for the future.
And I believe this is
These
190.
moments of freedom that he's had. I bet he's getting
Judge,
convicted.
I have 190 as the January 23rd, 2023 login to CBR and 9/20 to 11/22 p.m.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, Libby. There's no evidence they've offered to show that, like, he was planning on murdering her, that he had any intent to murder her. That's what I mean. Like, they haven't shown any of that, so I don't know what they're going to be able to do here. And I really don't. And after showing any of that, it makes no sense for him to murder her. So this whole, like, the nanny's testimony is going to be the most credible thing in the room.
Not 190. I think it's, I don't know.
No, 193.
184?
Yeah, that's it.
You got 189?
189.
No, well, he just, no, that has 4 more blocks. It's not that one either. That one was when they added blocks to it. So
This is 184. that he's got.
it's 184.
Yes.
The one on the screen. right now.
184. It's not in evidence.
Sir, can you see the slide that's on the screen designated as Defense Exhibit 184?
I see a slide on the screen, yes.
Okay, and what is that?
This is a Google map with overlay points that I put on to show 5 locations relative to the Banfield residence.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do in your digital forensics analysis to create this?
I reviewed the Google geolocation records that we discussed earlier. Also, T-Mobile provided locational records related to, in this case, Mr. Banfield's device. T-Mobile records with location information were obtained by the Fairfax County Police Department, both related to all calls and data sessions. So those were also consulted and were inputted in where appropriate. I don't know if these particular points are from the Google records, the T-Mobile records, or a combination of both.
And sir, this is the document that was created relating to those returns that we were looking for from Google and from T-Mobile, correct?
I was searching for the Google records. I wasn't asked to search for the T-Mobile records.
Okay. Well, just in anticipation of that. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which would be designated Defense 185. Sir, do we have those records?
You haven't moved. We're still on 184.
Okay. Your Honor, the records are still be supplemented.
I understand, but you said you were moving on to 185, but this isn't 185. This is still 184.
I'm sorry. Sir, this would be 185, Your Honor?
No,
No, Judge.
that is not. That looks like
185 was
180.
21323 records.
What number is this one? I have it as 180. Is that correct? Or no? No? No, that's a different one.
Judge, I don't believe we've yet discussed January 30th.
I don't see it anywhere. Would you like to? We have not seen this one. So would you like to mark it as 193?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All
Sir, look at what defense exhibit that has been marked as 193. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is the basis?
Oh,
to
yeah, at
create
this
that
point,
slide?
yeah, he's all.
These are
fucked
two
up.
login artifacts from the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CBRN 920 account, both on January 30th, 2023, one at 10:36 and 38 seconds PM, the other at 11:03 and 25 seconds PM, both from a Banfield residence, both from a Windows enabled device.
Your Honor, move this in as defense exhibit 193.
No objection.
193?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen the significance of these artifacts?
These are two additional logins that occurred from the Banfield residence, again on January 30th, 2023, at 10:36, 10:37 approximately PM, and 11:03, approximately 11:03 PM as well, both from a Windows computer, both into the CBRN 920 account.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, do you know this slide?
I do.
And how did you create that?
This is FetLife messages, again, from the FetLife, the complete FetLife message set. This is limited to two messages that occurred on January 30th, 2023, around the same time of the Gmail account logins we just spoke of, one at 10:47 PM, the other at 10:58 PM, both outbound from the account purporting to be that of Christine Banfield's.
And Your Honor, I move this in as defense
No
exhibit
objection.
194.
No objection.
Okay, 194.
Should it be? No.
And sir, can you describe how you acquired these messages?
These were acquired by the Fairfax County Police Department with a search warrant. These were provided in discovery in a spreadsheet, and that is what I used to create this subset here.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
Mhm.
This would be marked as defense exhibit 195. What are these records from?
These are Google geolocation records, again, related to Mr. Banfield's device from January 30th, 2023. Two records, two geolocation points. In the same time frame we've been discussing, one of these is at 10:50 PM on the 30th. The other is at 10:52 PM on the 30th.
Okay, and were you able to identify the entire record that makes up this screenshot?
I was, yes.
Okay, and that's something to provide for this and others that you did screenshots on?
Yes, this is part of the massive spreadsheet that has all of the records.
Sir, does this relate to those records as well? This would be 195, 96.
I believe it does once the plots are pointed, but yes, for now it's just a Google map of the Reston Herndon area.
Judge, we won't look to move that into evidence until we get the document to Ms. Sands. And same with this situation, with this particular slide?
Yes, these are the two aforementioned Google geolocations, approximate location on the map.
Okay.
So Judge, that would be 197?
Yeah, that was
197.
197. Thank you.
Judge, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 198. Sir, have you seen these records?
I have.
And is this something that you created based on the artifact information?
This is just the artifact information copied out and pasted as a solo artifact for display.
Okay. And this is a different date than what we just previously looked at, correct?
This is February 7th, 2023 at 10:02 PM.
And what are the significant parts of this exhibit?
This is another login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, also from the Banfield residence, also from a Windows computer.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 198.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
198.
And I'm sorry, the notable portions of this were?
The date and
Judge,
time.
asked and answered. I think we've identified its value.
Next question.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. And sir, are these documents that you used and created in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
This is a screen grab again from the FetLife larger production. These are 3 outbound messages from the account purporting to be that of Christine Banfield, all on February 7th, 2023, one at 10:08 p.m., one at 10:12 p.m., one at 10:15 p.m.
You're going to move to the next slide. Actually, I'm sorry. I'd move to admit defense 199 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
199?
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Sir, what are these?
These are additional Google geolocation points provided regarding Mr. Banfield's device. These are for the same time period. This is February 7th after the conversion. These are in Zulu time, but February 7th at 10:04, 10:06, 10:08, 10:10, 10:12, and later in 10:12 with their corresponding geolocation coordinates.
And you have the supporting document from where you got this screen grab?
I do.
Okay. You're on, identify that, and we'll move to put it into evidence at a later time. We're going to the next slide. This is what will be identified as Exhibit 201. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that related to the screen grab that was just in the last slide?
It does. This is the map that will be used to depict the geographical coordinates.
The geographical
Your Honor,
coordinates.
we identify that as 201 and move to admit into evidence after we provide the main document. Moving on to the next slide.
Do it, do it,
You
do
have the
it,
same
do it, do it, do
It
it.
didn't.
situation.
It is with,
the 202,
Is that still 201?
well, now that,
Oh, we've added the icon.
yes, one of the geocoords is there.
and that relates to the same Google search warrant records that you received.
It does.
Your Honor, will ID that as 202 and move to admit once we provide the main document. Sir, do you see the screen in front of you?
I do.
Can you identify this document?
I can.
Okay, and how did you create this document and what does it contain?
This is a screen grab of timeline data from Ms. Banfield's mobile device or cell phone.
Here, I move that in as Exhibit 203.
Any objection?
Judge, again, the document lacks column and row headers. I have no idea what.
Foundation is the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Sustain the objection.
Sir, this particular document, is this something that you created?
I captured the screenshot, but this is information
Sorry.
that is presented to me in the forensic software that I use to review the artifacts from within the subject device, in this case, Ms. Banfield's cell phone.
And are there headers and other such things to go with this document?
There are. This one in particular came from a timeline view as opposed to an artifact view. So this is a point in time, in this case on February 23rd. This one's in UTC. February 23rd, beginning just before 9 p.m. through around 9:28 p.m. And because it's a timeline view, it's everything that was going on the phone at the same time. So it's not just emails, it's not just website visits. This one begins with an instant message, goes to an email, website cookies, and then back to messages.
Cookies, that sounds
I think
good.
The foundation of it is something that we're going to have to provide in order to be able to introduce that into evidence. Do we have those documents?
Well, this is part of this is from the portable case. So it's, millions of documents all in one thing. I can try to replicate this with the column headers if that makes it easier, and we could.
Now, the portable case, I think we've gone through that before. That's a tool in digital forensics, right?
It is.
And would there be header columns in that portable case as it shows?
Yes, there will be.
So it's possible to provide that for purposes.
Well, then
of
why
criminal
didn't we
subjection.
fucking have that to
Yes,
start
okay.
with?
Your Honor, we'd identify that as Exhibit 203 and move it into evidence at a later time. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
Identified as Defense Exhibit 204.
Well, was that admitted without objection? Because I don't think that was clear. So what just
Your Honor, move that
happened?
in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 204.
Objection, foundation.
She didn't
Do you
get
have the
to it.
foundation
She
for
didn't
this,
object.
or
So
where this came from?
I guess it's in
I do.
without
This is
objection.
a summary view, a timeline view
Seems
of
stupid, but okay.
the activity on Ms. Magalhães' phone from about the same period of time, February 23rd, 2023, beginning at about 8:56 p.m. through approximately through approximately 9:09 p.m.
All right, Your Honor, we'll identify that as 204 and move it into evidence at a later time.
Mr. Carroll, do you have any evidence that you can go forward on that you don't have to get other supporting documents for? Because we're just spinning our wheels right now, because we're gonna have to go back to all of these, and so
I
I'm
understand.
just not interested in wasting the jury's time.
I don't, I have these presentations based on days, Judge, but based on the Commonwealth's objection of foundation, we need additional information in order to satisfy that foundation.
All right. That's fine. So you don't have any other questions
Um,
without foundation?
Well, I can certainly check, Judge, as I go
All right.
through. I'm just identifying these so that
I know, but you're just identifying them. We're gonna go back and it's not saving us any time. We're gonna have to all do it again.
I can go ahead and see if there's anything that we can
All right.
work with now.
Okay.
Well, oof, this is going great.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is an artifact from Ms. Banfield's laptop, Lenovo laptop.
And is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as 205.
Any objection? All right, 205.
Sorry.
It's not 205.
205?
205.
Yes, thank you. Sir, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this is a part of your digital forensics analysis?
So again, this is timeline activity, as I explained. I like to look at what was happening before a significant event, after a significant event, during all of the time periods around a significant event on relevant devices, the laptop being one of those. This is a file opening or file page access for a Word doc or a Word document, a Microsoft Word document, docx file from an Innova website. And this occurred on February, again, apologies, this is in UTC time. This occurred on February 23rd, 2023 at 9:33 and 52 seconds, so 9:34 p.m. Approximately 9:34 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
This is an image from an Instagram
Insta's.
page
Whose device is it?
this is from Ms.
It's
Magalhães' device, her mobile phone.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 206.
Any objection?
Judge, I'm not sure if it's just my screen, but it appears to be truncated. I think there should be more data below.
Oops,
We lost it there.
I was trying to reduce it.
Is there any data behind after the fourth line?
There's not, ma'am.
There is?
There's not.
There's not.
No.
Okay.
Safe, Mr. Carroll.
That's all there is. Any objection to 206?
No, if the statement is that there was no other data on this page, then
There may be data, if it was there, that was definitely truncated, so it's not something he's gonna be able to find. I'd have to check and confirm whether or not that's the case.
objection,
All
foundation.
right, I'll sustain to foundation.
Your Honor, move on to the other slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 207. Sir, have you had an opportunity to look at that?
I have.
And is this something that you work with in your capacity as a digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Exhibit 207.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
207 in evidence?
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is this artifact and what's the significance of it for February 23rd, 2023?
So this is a visualization of, it's two artifacts of the same thing, and this is an example of corroboration. So on the top half, we have the artifact of a Google search and website visit from Ms. Banfield's laptop computer. And that was on February 23rd, 2023 at 9:34, approximately 9:34 p.m. On the bottom half of the screen, the second artifact is what Google provided in their responsive documents to the search warrant. So we're able to just visualize the same search, but how it appears on a Google response versus how it appears from within the computer itself. Obviously, the Google portion is in UTC and differs by a second, which is not uncommon.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 208. I move that into evidence.
Any objection?
It's a duplicative of the last slide, or at least half of it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
It's duplicative of 207,
That's the bottom of 207.
correct?
Right.
Is there any reason, is it true this is duplicative?
It is, it can be skipped.
And we'll disregard. Actually, we won't, it's 208.
It is
So,
208.
Your Honor, I'm going to go to the next slide.
Sure.
Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
Okay, and what's the significance of this slide?
This is an artifact from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, but lacking the requisite header information, I guess.
We identified this, Judge, as 209, I believe.
All right.
Sir, can you see what has been identified as Defense Exhibit 210?
Again,
And what is that?
this is Instagram activity from Juliana's mobile device,
And what's significant about this Instagram activity?
the time and date.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 209.
210.
I'm sorry, 210.
No objection.
210 in evidence.
Mr. Litsky, is there any further explanation of what this is beyond what you've already done?
It was activity occurring on the mobile device belonging to Ms. Magalhães on February 23rd, 2023 at 9:34 and 24 seconds p.m.
Your Honor, I'm moving on to the next slide. What, if anything, is this?
This is an annotated artifact of obtained from Ms. Banfield's Windows laptop.
Okay, and is that in UTC time?
It is.
Okay, and is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Or I move this in as Exhibit 211.
Objection, speculative and testimonial. It has additional information on it that was created by the witness, not by the device.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
These annotations, sir, are those something that we can modify so they're not on there?
Yes, I suspect the successive slides will have similar annotation.
Okay.
That should have been removed. My apologies.
Sir, this is identified as Defense 212. Do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And is this part of your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 212.
Any objection?
No objection.
212.
And sir, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, once it comes on, as to what is contained in this? And
These are two Telegram messages being sent from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield's. These are in UTC time. These were both on February 23rd, 2023, the first at approximately 9:35 and 47 seconds p.m. And the second at 9:36. Both one way from the account purporting to belong to Ms. Banfield to Mr. Ryan, or to the account purporting to be that of Mr. Ryan.
I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And where does that come from?
It's a continuation of the Telegram conversation.
Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 213.
Any objection?
No objection.
213.
And what is that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
These are two additional messages, the same direction from the account purporting to be from Ms. Banfield outward. On the same evening, 2023 at 9:36 and 27 seconds p.m. The second at 9:36 and 31 seconds p.m.
Your Honor, moving on to the next slide. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 214. Sir, can you identify that record?
Again,
Okay, and is this something that you utilize in your digital forensic analysis?
I did.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 214.
Objection, subject to additional foundation.
All right.
Sir, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how you compiled this timeline?
This is from the portable case data from Ms. Banfield's laptop. This is the timeline view, again, from the evening of February 23rd, 2023, from about 9:37 p.m., all within the 9:37 p.m. timeframe for website activity and application activity that occurred on her device at that time.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 214.
Judge, at this point in time, there's still absent information. It's clear that the screen grab has truncated the entirety of the destination website.
All right. Sustains the foundation at this time.
Mr. Litsky, is that something that we can have the complete picture within that slide?
It is.
Your Honor, we'll just identify that as 214.
You want to stop it there?
I have one more slide, Judge, if we're
Perfect.
see where that goes. Sir, can you identify this slide?
Again,
This would be Defense 215. And how did you create this slide?
this is another timeline view from the device of Ms. Magalhães.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit 215.
Objection, foundation.
Foundation objection.
Sir, do you have the foundation? It sounds like the columns and where this originates from.
I do.
Okay, can we provide that?
I can.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll just identify that as 215, and this is probably a good time.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and release you for weekend and beyond. I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to be. I will tell you, we will make a decision if, well, first off, if the county closes, the county government closes, Fairfax County government closes, we're closed. Okay, so that's easy. They might make the decision as early as tomorrow. So if you hear that Fairfax County government is closed starting tomorrow for Monday, we're closed, okay? So if ever the government is closed for Fairfax County, then we're closed. Okay, that's easy. If they don't close, if they have liberal leave, then we make our own separate decision. Okay, at that point. So if you only hear liberal leave,
That's
wait for our
impressive
decision, we're gonna
because
make our
like
decision
out
on
here,
Sunday
the
evening.
courts have to
And we have all your
make their
contact
own.
information, and we will let you know.
Like it's up
at
to the
that
judge
time,
if they
okay?
want to close.
Other than that, let me just give you your warning instruction for the weekend and maybe a couple days after, just to make sure you understand that you're still under your rule, the court's orders. As far as this case goes, you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means.
Okay.
This also includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look up information on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case or any places that are mentioned in this case. Nor may you consult dictionaries or use any other reference materials. What you learn about this case, again, is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when the proceedings are underway. Okay, so I'll release you for the time being, and stay safe and warm, and we'll see you next week. Again, sir, since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to the defense team at this time, okay? You can
So he's
proceed.
got two witnesses.
All right.
basically he can talk to,
So
which is
we'll
brilliant.
start at 10 on whatever day we come back. A couple things, please use this extra time to reboot a little bit and get more organized. The wheels are coming off there, and I don't want to waste the jury's time anymore or witnesses' time.
Yeah.
For that matter, my time. Just remember that you are responsible for your record to keep it clean, not me, not Shannon, okay? So please be wary of your exhibits and your numbers and what you are. Moving forward, I expect, and this is what I expect from all attorneys moving forward, I want all exhibits pre-numbered and in electronic format separately in separate files with the exhibit number already titled on that file, okay? And make sure you have all your witnesses lined up and ready to go.
I don't know why she doesn't already have that done on a case this big. You think that like she would do that already? Because like if you had a case this big out where I'm at, the judges would have demanded this ahead of time.
Does that make sense to everybody?
It does.
Okay, we got it. And make sure, Mr. Carroll, I think we need all your exhibits from today. Did we get the video to you?
Judge, your clerk kindly provided the one item. I am still missing
All.
all of defense
Okay.
exhibits today.
So we need to send all the exhibits in those same separate files by exhibit number to the Commonwealth and also to us. when you send the exhibits to us, if they're not in the separate files are numbered, Shannon stays here for 2 hours to get it all done so she can take care of it because she can't leave until all of that is taken care of. So you have to get it to us as soon as possible to take care of it. I just need more organization. I really do. Okay, does that make sense? Everybody got it? All right, see you next week.
Well, there you go, guys. I mean, somebody said that was like a big chewing out, but like, you would think lawyers would know that too. Yeah, especially like the prosecution and the defense on a case is fucking big. Well, Green Caps, the prosecution's messed up exhibits too. Not as many as the state, but they both can't do this. This is inexcusable on both sides. Both sides have shit the bed really bad. So it doesn't matter on both sides. You got a problem here. So, but yeah, he just did it so bad that it became a problem that the judge couldn't avoid. So, not gonna lie though, I'm not impressed. I don't think they're like nothing here showing me not guilty. And him testifying ain't gonna make it any better. So, yeah, I don't see how they don't convict him here at this point. So, all right, chat. Well, hey, I'm gonna send you guys all over to Assholes React a little bit here. I don't know if they can let me do it or not, but let me see. Yeah, it's not letting me do it. They need to mess with my privileges, so I can't do it for you guys. Yeah, so with that said, chat, I mean, we got nothing out of that today. I'm sorry, but like, whew. What if we were to cry on the stand? Oh. No, Kay, that's not how redirect works. Redirect is like internal into YouTube. So, what are we working on tonight? We're still working on the Africa Corps, guys. So, in the meantime, we took the mortar team. The mortar team now has a full... It's got to dry, and I'm probably going to use some paint to darken it up. But now they have the desert. And so does the machine gun team. They now have the desert to operate in. So there's some progress there. So there's no other way to do it, guys. But I would recommend going to see 3 Beers and Whiskey over at Assholes React. It will be a good time. Yeah. No court tomorrow, and I'm guessing no court Tuesday, just based on your guys' area. Yeah. Sweet Tunes, I said doing a model stream. Yeah, I'll do one after the Assholes React. I'll do one a little bit later. But for right now, I know those guys are doing a show, and I want to show them some love. So, yeah, guys, follow them here, A-Holes React. We'll do a little bit later tonight, though. We'll do one later tonight, just not right now. And with that, chat, I will see you guys tomorrow. Since there's no Brandon Banfield, I'm not sure what we're going to cover, but we'll come up with something. And, yeah, we're back to the normal schedule, it sounds like. So, anyway, guys, remember till next time, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. Except here, I still think they're guilty. I really, really do. Will there be a day stream tomorrow? No, because I'm scheduled to have court tomorrow, and I doubt we're closing out in this area. So there won't be a day stream tomorrow. I have not heard anybody call off yet, so we're not that bad. I don't think it's that bad out there. For us, at least. So, but yes, thank you again to Afix for the cleaned up audio. Very much. All right, guys. So with that said, I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everybody.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney.